talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around. No, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. You feeling alright? I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Yeah, the point is, like, it does happen to me sometimes too, because when he sent it to me, I was like, how the do you pronounce this? And then it's like, oh, you know what? Okay, this is revenge. This is what karma feels like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. This week we have Chapter 61 of the Adventures of Athoria. Unfortunately, we are down with Jace, so we've got someone else to come in and play Zal for the night. Because you never know, some stuff will be they're going to be needing some help because they're getting into some rough territory. So, when last we met off with our intrepid band of adventurers, they teleported to the city of Azran, the de facto capital of the Free Cities, which lies skirting a gulf just north of the Athorian archipelago. After chartering a boat called the Anateus to take them to the coastal city of Abilene, which is under the territorial control of Quiosa, they arrived in the late evening, spending some time in a tavern called the Noble Thief, and after some gambling and other general raucousness, you guys were able to negotiate at least some perhaps lower end but still comfortable lodgings for the night, and are awaking the following morning on the 15th day of the first seed. And as that happens, you guys enter back into the main tap room, as it looks like business is starting to pick up a little bit. And you guys get the smell of breakfast or whatever is served at the primary beginning of the day. The tap room is slowly filling, but the day is yours to do with as you wish.
I'd rather get the let out and start making our way towards Quiosa.
How long is the drive there?
What do you mean drive?
No, like a cart, right? We've got animals.
You mean a ride?
Yeah. You drive a cart.
We ride the animals.
No, that's not right.
That's pretty right.
I've never had to drive anything. I just ride.
By the way, how long does it take to get there?
Eric?
What was it like?
It will take you from where you're at, about half a day's travel with the mounts.
Well, we could make our way there. Yes, that's where the answers must be. Is there
Well, that's
anything
what-
we... Yes, Yandre?
Is that where your family is?
They should be.
I mean, they got a nice cush place up there. I would imagine that's where they're gonna stay.
I forget.
Unless they've already been unseated, then our job is done.
Wait, so we trying to unseat them?
Well, it depends.
We are going
Farmers?
to get answers.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
That's correct.
We're
All depends on what Red says.
if other stuff happens, then it happens.
Yeah, Red, you're fairly confident your family still controls the area because you have seen the coat of arms
Yes.
several places. So,
Well, of course they should still be in power. Did y'all not notice the crest of my family?
No, you haven't shown us the crest of your.
What is the crest of his family?
Yeah, why are we talking about crest?
Do y'all
Crest.
not... You must not have eyes. Just look around. And points over to, I assume, right on the interior of the tavern. Inside is just a little crest. You know, nothing like crazy, but it's something that is probably scattered throughout town that we would have passed.
yeah, it's kind of got that feel like, you know, when you work at like a fast food joint and there's all those posters that you have to put up by law, but you kind of put them in an out of a way place. So that way you can say, hey, we put them up, but so that they're not actually displayed in full view.
It
It's
has
kind
to
of a
be
situation
within
like
so
that. It's the
far of front
obligatory-
door.
Yeah, it's the obligatory poster.
I just thought those were like guild stickers.
How many people are in here, Eric?
There are 3 patrons at the moment.
Yandra's gonna get up and be like, "Hey, Red, you talking about this one?" Because there's like this one here, that one there, that one there. There's a lot of them in here.
Andre, come here for a second.
What? What'd I do? Yandra will like wander over to Caleb.
Come here, sit down. I'm gonna say under my breath, you do realize that Red is trying to be inconspicuous.
Yeah, inconspicuous. I said Red. I didn't say Dare Love. I didn't say
Yeah,
his real
but if
name.
you start asking, is this the crest of your family crest?
I didn't say that. I said this one. I didn't
Yes.
say this is the family crest. I didn't mention anybody's family. I said this one.
Yes, but I was preemptively doing it just in case.
Well, why would you do that if I didn't say anything?
You two are
See, now you're making a bigger
very
scene.
loud.
See, now you're making a bigger scene because I didn't say anything. Now we have to say stuff, and then like people are probably listening. I mean, there's only 3 people here, but like,
Yeah, you turn around, it's like everyone in the bar is looking at the 2 weirdos that are having a not so hush conversation over in the corner.
I did say it was a hush conversation.
Yeah, but this
Then
room
I'll
is
give
only
my-
like 20 feet by 20 feet.
Yandre
So,
disagreed.
Yandra was like, "Oh, why are you making a big deal out of it? Was this fine? It's easy."
yeah, remember, Yandre's in his summer form. He has no quiet mob. No
I'm
quiet
going
mode.
outside.
So, I mean, I didn't say anything. Can we go back to the seat now?
Yeah.
And by the way, for the record, about all the things that have to be like physically required and posted, there's no need to post a minimum wage poster in Quiosa, just because there is no minimum wage.
Lucky you're
I
getting
mean, let's
paid.
be real.
Yeah, if anything, there's a maximum wage.
Yeah, the maximum wage, and like there's no labor laws, just like labor rules, as in you must do labor.
Yeah, forced labor laws. Those were in place like probably almost right about the time they hit the boom.
Yeah,
You know,
There is no overtime.
no, there's overtime.
getting
You just don't
paid.
get
There's
paid
no
for it.
overtime.
it's involuntary.
Your work hours are the time
flexible.
you're awake.
DeAndre will wander back over to the table and just go sit down next to Red and be like, well, apparently I'm supposed to be quiet in here like this. I've been talking too loud.
Well, I didn't say it had to be quiet. Just be cautious.
Cautious of who? Ain't nobody in here gonna be able to fight me. I mean, all of you.
Yandere, that sounds sort of like a challenge. Is that meant to be a challenge?
Are you taking it as a challenge?
No, I asked you. Would you?
Then it
answer
is
the
what it
question?
is.
One of these days, I might test that.
Me?
Yes.
No one wants to see two sticks rubbing against each other for like 6 seconds.
Who you calling a stick, you thumb?
It's a strong thumb, though, compared to the pinky.
Who's a pinky?
I'm just looking at two very pinky-like people.
Oh, she must be talking to you because she ain't talking to me.
This is a fun conversation.
What are we doing again?
We're going to...
We're about to leave.
Yes, I think that's
Right
a
now,
great
we're just
idea. Let's finish up and leave.
So, you guys finish up, head out into the general air, are looking around, and do not see Kelmac.
Shit, he's been
Oh.
kidnapped.
You let the cat out and didn't decide to put a collar on it?
The cat out of the bag.
That was funny, Yandere.
Thank you, Red. Anyway, so where's our feline friend?
I am unsure.
Kelmac!
Whoever I'm doing business with nearby, just out of eyesight, if I have found anybody at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard. This is primarily a trade port. So
I'm
there
sure-
are carts running up and down the road.
There's probably
All over
one
the
that's getting into the mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you looking to just rent or buy one?
If someone's got one that like is near the kind of recycle age, and maybe we can just throw maybe some new wheels on it so we don't break a wheel on the way. If it's reasonably priced.
Yeah, you can find a pretty heavily used one for like 10 gold. It looks roadworthy, but you wouldn't want to take it off into the wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, is 10 the lowest he'll go? Like, is that
nope,
is
that's
that
just
like
what he
for
offers.
price?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about to buy it, and that's what he's offering.
All right, I'll shell out the 10.
Okay.
Oh wait, how many horses does it need to pull? Just one?
I believe so. Let me just double check.
It just needs to seat 4 people and a driver.
Yeah,
Don't
I
make me
mean,
cat
it
pun.
doesn't really say, but we'll assume it's like a standard cart, which is like one horse, and you probably got a
Okay.
little bit of space.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll pay him the 10 gold. I'll summon Valor. I know he is usually a warhorse, but for now, cast Fine Steed.
10 minutes later.
Listen, man.
Yep, you guys walk up on Calmac.
What you
Or
doing?
you kind of
Oh, I got a cart.
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
I'll break your teeth.
Do it.
It'll be Celestial Warhorse.
Neat.
Well, I was gonna bring it to come get y'all, and then we could get the other mounts, but y'all are already here. So I don't know if you want to go get a horse, or I can hook up my horse.
All right. Let's go get the crew together.
I'll bring it by. I'll bring it by the tavern. Y'all go get whatever y'all need to get ready to get out.
All right.
I'll just finish harnessing up my horse to it and bring it over.
Hello. I go get murder.
Oh. That murder is probably too big
What?
to use as a.
Murder
No,
is
well,
not
maybe
too
too
big.
tall.
Yeah.
She knows where she's going.
Yeah, but we're gonna be riding like this the whole way.
Yeah. Unless you do a modified yoke.
So are we leaving the other animals here?
No, take your animals.
We are taking them?
I'm taking murder.
Bring your animal.
Come on.
Come on, murder.
All right, let me go get Meg, I guess. Yandre will go get Meg.
Anyone else notice that Yandere is like really rude now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, I didn't want to like say anything before I got the consensus from everyone else.
Seems like he's a lot more hot-headed. Challenging everybody to a fight.
This could be a good thing if we use it to our strategic advantage.
Yes.
This could also
But-
be a very bad thing.
I'm
Yeah.
also curious as to how long these sorts of changes will last.
He said he can choose when to change. Well,
I got a hairball.
Well, he did say that he could change his his appearance, but did he actually say that it changes his attitude as well?
I sure hope so, because he wasn't this much of a dick before.
it's just kind of weird.
What was his other appearance?
Nice.
If this was summer, then what was the last Yandere?
I didn't ask. I didn't think to ask.
Maybe we
Well, we
should
didn't.
go ahead, Kelmac.
Well, we didn't ask because we didn't know this would happen. So it is not for lack of trying.
Maybe this would be a good opportunity to just ask him.
Well, when he comes back. I wait for him to come back.
Well, Meg, yeah, I think you're just trotting along, doing your own thing and stuff. Well, what are we waiting here for?
I wait for you.
Cart ain't gonna move that fast.
Andre,
What?
do you, when you do like a different look, does your like whole personality change?
Well, when the seasons change, do they all act the same?
Well, here, no. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
It's the same in the
here,
Fae.
the same season doesn't act the same.
Exactly.
Yandere, do you have 4 seasons?
Yeah.
So it's
That's
not
cool.
bipolar, it's quadrupolar.
What was your previous season?
Yeah, it's spring. Kind of like a little pep in your step.
And this is summer.
Yeah. Told you yesterday.
We're just very interested. What about fall?
It's fall.
Oh. What about winter?
Is there like a deeper question here that you're trying to
I
ask?
think he's more asking, what is your demeanor like in those seasons?
Oh, I'm fiery in the summer. A little bold, a little aggressive. Spring, kind of happy. Want to celebrate things. Winter, kind of turn into like him a little bit. And I point over to Red. It's like, dark, demure. Like to think about stuff a lot. And then fall/autumn, just peaceful.
All right. We have
Thank you for that lesson.
We've solved the mystery.
Why y'all don't like summer?
Fine. with
No.
it. Oh,
No, I enjoy summer. It just if we run into things that need subtlety, I don't think summer would be very good for those occasions.
Well, y'all said we were gonna go up there and kill Red's family.
Not kill? Question.
We're going to
Eh,
question
well.
them first.
Yeah,
Which-
the end result's the same.
Why
I
would it be the
figured
same?
summer would be good for you guys. But if you don't like summer, you give me another day, I'll pick another season.
No, I enjoy summer right now. It's just, are you able to? Does it have to be overnight? Do you have to sleep, or your elf don't sleep? You trance.
I have
Do you
to
have to
trance.
trance?
I gotta
Okay.
trance and change the seasons.
Oh,
Yandere, I would actually like it if you could change back to spring. I think that demeanor would match well should we run into some of my family members. And I think you have the unique opportunity to be charming to them. And that would make me feel very happy if you would consider that.
Well, I mean, who's gonna take care of Meg then? Because I mean, I could sit in the cart and I could just trance out for a little bit. But
I'll take care of Meg.
are you sure you want spring? You don't want somebody like winter maybe likes to talk like you, act like you a little bit.
do we act like that?
no, Laura acts like that.
That's up to you.
I'm fine with anything.
Anything but summer. That's what I'm
Alright.
hearing.
Summer's fine.
No, I am good with you the way you are.
Well, that's very nice. I still remember that statement about you wanting to test me, though. So just keep that in mind.
Sounds good to me.
Did you get an accent just today, or is that something that develops itself over multiple days of being in a form?
Yeah, you hear it a couple of times and it works itself out.
All right.
Yeah, fuck what everyone else just said. I would like you to be spring, please.
Well, it's Red's family. I guess I could work that out. Just sit in the back of the cart. You're gonna take care of Meg, right?
Yes.
I got you.
Meg's an independent, lovely lady.
Isn't Meg male?
Shut up.
Meg the Stallion is not a male. Sassy black stallion.
That was the reason.
I know it's called the Stallion, and that's supposed to be a male, but it's not how that works.
That's the whole reason Arthur did it.
She's got the kick of a male.
All right. Well, I'm gonna set my stuff down in the cart, and then I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Wake me up if you run into any trouble, though.
Most definitely.
You have half a day's travel, so I'm not sure if that's like actually 4 hours or if I'm even going to be able to change out of that. That's out of character. But I will attempt to switch seasons in the middle of the day.
I want to watch them to see if there's like a shift between the color at a certain point.
Question, because go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna drive because I think I'm the only one who is proficient with land vehicles.
I can
I think-
drive one.
I can be.
Yeah.
I only ride.
Listen,
I'm not very good at driving them, though.
I was about to say, just because it's
I've wrecked a
Because
few
you
carts
can't.
in my life.
just because you know how the gas pedal and brake pedal work, don't mean you can drive an 18-wheeler.
What's
How'd you
that?
put so many wheels on a cart? Is that like a full caravan?
Heavy loads.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's just less
No.
wheels but stronger material in that situation.
I'm guessing he's used to that.
Bigger loads. All right. Lead the way, old wise cart driver.
Pretty sure Red is going to lead the way, and Kelmac will follow.
Because I don't know where we're going.
I will direct him.
It's like a tabaxi taxi.
By the way, I still look like Arthur, FYI. just in
Awesome.
case.
Okay, so you dropped the mask and are looking like Arthur.
Well, I've
I guess
been looking
you were
like
looking
Arthur
like-
since last night.
Right. You entered the city with the mask on.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Commit crimes, make him get in trouble for them.
That was partially why I bought the hat.
All I ever do is commit crimes.
Then I had to give it away.
Well, for it, I've committed more crimes than you.
I was just joking. We're just having a fun time here, okay?
Just measuring each
Yeah.
other's rap sheet.
Well, Volred's not talking about like all the shit he did while he still lived here.
That was legal
you know?
then, though.
What is legal?
All right, I guess that's true. But what if they were war crimes or crimes against humanity?
Look,
Those
what
are legal
Those
happens,
don't
here.
count?
what happens in my face maze stays in my face maze.
Like all those children. They were never
I
found.
wonder if they ever found them.
You said,
I'm-
you
I'm-
said there was no exit.
Well, I mean, we know we couldn't. We knew like 3 of them died, but I mean, some of them that got lost could have also escaped. I didn't pay attention.
Why don't they just... Is it like a bush maze?
Basically.
Why don't you just climb the bushes?
Oh, that's cheating, and we don't like cheaters in
You were
Quiosa.
shot on sight.
Just an archer sitting on top of a watchtower, just
One time, one of the local noble boys cheated in class, and they cut off his finger. He wasn't noble enough to cheat correctly.
I was about to say, don't like all tradesmen cheat in some way?
It's only cheating if you got caught.
He got caught.
Ooh, that
Aren't
is
you
not true.
meditating?
I'm working on it.
Oh,
Yandere,
Yeah.
shouldn't you be trancing?
I'm working on it.
I like this Yandere. Let's not carry it.
I don't fall asleep easy. Toss and turn a little bit.
Sure, the bumpy cart's not helping.
So, you guys depart Avalon and head southward along the mountain road towards the mountain city of Quiosa. As the area before you guys get probably about an hour or so south, the scrubland that lies near the gulf gives way to scraggly trees and then to a forest. As the elevation starts picking up, the road starts doing a little bit more of a switchback thing. And the hours that you guys spend on the road are marked with large kind of cargo carts, much larger than your own. Massive wagons that team 4, 6, sometimes even 8 draft horses, carrying Lord knows what to and fro the city. thankful to have the mounts to shoulder most of the actual burden of this incessant incline. Just after lunch, you guys kind of level out and come out through a section of forest, rounding to see carved out of the rock a massive stone wall about probably about 35 feet in height. What you doing? Hour, 3 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours?
Clicking on
Yep,
Beauty
yep,
of
yep.
that.
And of this sort of very built for function stone wall with a number of guard towers that kind of stand at the end. Some effort has been made for them to look at least somewhat elegant. But make no mistake, these towers are designed for function. As you kind of draw closer to the city, the road starts to become a little bit more congested as people are trying to make their way in and out of the city. Uh, After probably about half an hour, you guys make it to the front of the line. Whilst these guards that wear, well, they look more like military. They wear like breastplates and have like scale mail underneath, kind of metal helms and the weapons, a sword and dagger at their side, halberd or spear at the hand, all reasonably well made, bearing this kind of gray, black and red tabard with some kind of iconography. One of the guards with a mailed fist kind of reaches out to your party and gestures you to come forward. Right. Welcome to Quiosa. State your
Afternoon.
business.
We're just traveling through, and we were just coming to visit Quiosa. It was just seemed somewhere we haven't been, so here we are.
He's kind of looking over. Why the cart?
Well, I mean, we have one of our friends who had to do some meditation, and so, I mean, can't very well ride a horse and meditate at the same time.
He's just kind of looking over the group. So, you brought a cart all the way up the mountain just so that someone could sit in the back and meditate.
Well, no, if we bought things along the way and
Calmac,
travel
let
supplies.
me interrupt you. I apologize. Hi, my name is Arthur, and I go up to the guard to shake his hand. I'm
He
sorry.
doesn't take your hand, but regards
Oh.
you warily.
Oh, well, sorry, my friend sometimes gets a little shy about his intentions. We actually are trying to purchase some weapons, which is why we brought the cart. I mean, who comes to Quiosa without a cart to bring home some weaponry?
Kind of looks you over. Fair enough. So I suppose you're planning to do your work and trade. You didn't bring any goods to declare?
Not this time. We are. We've heard great things about the weapons here in Quiosa, but we wanted to, instead of trade various items, just pay with, gold. You do take gold here, correct?
Yeah, we take gold.
Okay. So, we do happen to have a fellow friend who is a little tired, and he is trancing in the cart, so that is true, but, when you have an empty cart, someone might as well sit in it. My mama always said you gotta make good use of wasted space, because if it's wasted space, you don't get anything out of it.
It's waste. If it's
Right.
wasted space, it's waste.
Okay. Anyway, so I suppose you don't have anything to declare?
Nope. just how excited we are at seeing these legendary weapons. The Quiosa name is strong across various areas. We're excited. I'm excited.
Right. And he's starting to fill in a little bit on the book. And how long do you plan on staying in the city?
Hmm, that's a good question. Maybe a couple days.
Have you any arrangements as far as lodging already taken care of?
No, which that would be very helpful if you could tell us some places in the area to stay.
He's kind of looking through.
Does how to
Well,
disguise change your voice?
nope. But he's kind of looking over. Well, if you're carrying that much coin in the city, best stick to one of the inns over on the northern side, perhaps the Onyx Peak. If you find yourself in the lower area, you might find the Scoundrel's Blade. Its reputation is about on par with its name, so I would steer clear from there.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Is there anything else we need to do before we can go into the city?
He kind of looks through. Well, you just got to pay the toll. It's 5 copper, one for each of you, and then 5 copper for the cart. It's 10 copper or 1 silver, whichever way you please.
Total?
Total.
I will pay a silver.
Okay. You hand over the silver. He kind of takes a quick look. Athoria. Okay. And pockets the coin and just kind of waves you guys through. As you
No.
kind of pass these massive reinforced wooden doors made of like thick timber, you guys pass into the main thoroughfare of Quiosa. This section appears to be a bit of like a caravan slash trade district, where there are a number of taverns and brothels and merchants of all different kinds. But everything around here seems to have this sort of only somewhat permanent location. You get the sense this is uh, like places will build up pop-up markets and then tear them down, and stuff moves and changes here all the time. Um, but as you kind of see farther back along the city, which is kind of built not quite tiered, but definitely on some kind of elevation, you guys can look up to your left above you, kind of on the southern edge of the city. This somewhat elegant looking palace surrounded by what looks like some kind of wooded area. And several other kind of large structures. The city appears sizable, perhaps roughly the size of Eladon, you would guess. But it's got this feeling of salt of the earth. It's got, old school London, got kind of a soot and coal industry smell to it, at least here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what salt of the earth means.
It means like old school, do stuff by your hands.
It's toxic masculinity.
Okay. Okay. Like Tennessee.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Tennessee's also
Yeah.
got an awful lot of drugs. So, yes.
They do something with their hands.
Oh, crack.
The cocaine.
Okay. Okay.
Kelmac, I'm sorry to have interrupted you, and look around and kind of say to everyone in the group, remember, we are here for business. Being here just to be here is suspicious. We are here with a purpose. Just remember, so if anyone asks, we came to look at the great grand weapons of Quiosa.
Well, it got us in.
Yes.
Nicely done.
Is
I
that like
probably
is that like an actual thing that people come looking for, or is that just a pompous way of thinking about your weapons are better than everyone else's?
yes. Maybe.
I mean, are they like military grade weapons that you give out to the average folk or criminals? Or are they like, this is a weapon that could sink a ship in one shot? This is a ballista that was heralded as from a giant or some stupid crap like that? Or is it's a pike, but there's like 10,000 of them?
Well, generally speaking, the more advanced weaponry does tend to sell for more militaristic endeavors. But if one were to come here with the proper cash flow, you could have as much as your purse desires. So, no, it's not suspicious, even for a small adventuring style group to come and have wishful thinking of high weaponry.
Great weapons of Quiosa.
Yes.
All right, I will keep that as the MO.
Correct. And then I just stand and just start staring at the palace.
As
You
we're
gonna burn
going
a hole in
through and heading to our tavern that we're going to, Caleb is going to look around. About how many of the populace is just straight up armed?
Armed?
Yes. And how well armed are they?
The regular populace, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, you can see people here that are definitely armed. But most of those people, as far as you can tell, look to not be citizens of the city. They definitely look like merchants and stuff. The people that you guess actually live here, practically none of them are armed. If they are, it's maybe a dagger. You do notice, especially even in this area, there's more guards here than is typical for a city. And as you've kind of gotten with the intro here, all of these guards are significantly more armed than your normal patrol. These are all guys that look like they are ready to go to war.
The people that I see like that, does their demeanor say thug, or do they seem like they have been
Their
to?
demeanor says well trained. They
Okay.
know how to use these weapons.
That's what I was referring to. Okay. We'll continue.
Yeah. So, yep, you guys enter in Quiosa. Volred stares longingly towards the palace. But where do you guys want to do now?
Is it an impressive palace from where we are?
From where you're at, probably not super impressive to you, Izal, but to everyone, well, no, I mean, you guys have spent time in there Ariellen. Compared to that and some of the palaces in Terza, no.
A mansion compared to a castle. This is like a really great looking
Right,
mansion.
but from what you can
But
look
not
at, Izal, again, the palace, though it is a palace by size, but it is like a large fortress by function. You're looking at it and you're going, huh, that would take a sizable army to take that palace.
You live in a compound. Neat.
Damn. Volred's, I guess, had giant illusions of grandeur this entire time.
if you stare long enough, you're gonna burn a hole in it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's not
nice.
about
I mean,
the height,
it's
it's
not
about the
a
width.
castle. It's definitely a palace. Its grounds do appear expansive, but
Alice.
Taj Mahal. It's a very large
yes,
building,
though
very big footprint.
yeah, compared to the palace in Air Ariellen, the Star Ruler Enclave, this is relatively simple by comparison.
You're the
Let's
richest
find
person in
somewhere to-
Texas.
Let's just find somewhere to park the cart. Is Yandere waking up? Yandere, is it time?
Has he
There's gotta
physically
be more than-
changed?
It took
Eric,
half
has
a day
enough
to
time
get here.
happened?
Well, there's not really any rules, so to speak. So I guess really it's just kind of up to whether or not you think you can put Yandere in the right headspace.
There's a blurb that says that I have to finish a long rest. So I'm not sure how long we've been traveling at this point to quantify that.
Not
Not
really a
long
long
enough.
rest, but I mean,
A long
sure,
rest.
we could say your season is beginning to change. There are some processes that seem to be in process.
Well, how long has it been?
You guys have been traveling probably about 5 hours now.
Isn't a long rest for him 4?
Oh, I guess that's true. If you're trancing, then yes, you could have done it in that time.
Okay.
Seasons change.
Y'all
quick here.
waking Andre up.
Yeah, one of them are.
So if you're looking into the cart right now, Yandre's demeanor and body looks different. He has the auburn hair and the light tan skin. You haven't woken him up, so you can't see his eyes yet. But it does look like his appearance has changed back to the form that you guys met him in.
Ah, damn! I missed some change.
Should have been watching closer.
I looked away for
I
just a
would wait until we actually got to the tavern to try and wake him up.
Do we know where this tavern is? The inn? I've never
Is it
been here
what?
before. So.
What's the name?
So, I actually know a place, and it's not what that guard recommended.
It's your
There's-
house.
No, no. I mean, that is my house. Or, that is
Yes.
the palace.
It's must-
As I look around to make sure no one overheard me just saying, like, that's my house.
No
Walking into the
one's-
palace.
No one, as far as you can tell, no one seems to give AF.
Hey, it's bigger than my house.
Follow me. I'm taking you to the half-empty flask.
It's a cool name.
Just a heads up so that way you're aware, the half-empty flask is a tavern, not an inn.
Wow. Well, can't
What about
we
Killer?
just decide that it's an inn as well? You just said this to me like an hour ago, bro.
A hand
it
reach
was
from
more
the
than an
heavens,
hour.
rips the
It was
building,
more than
puts
an
a new
hour.
one in place.
Okay,
Um,
it was more than an hour.
Yes, I mean, there are rooms. They're not as nice as the
I-
Onyx Peak Inn, but that's up to you.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
I-
like to overcharge for inns.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being attacked
Me?
right now.
Yes.
Moi?
Yes.
No. I go off whatever the rulebook says. I also have this wonderful cost sheet that Alec. Oh, hey, Jace, you're back. Oh man, I'm so glad we got that stand-in to cover for you while you were late.
He
He's been
complained,
back for
Wow.
like,
he complained about the beard being very itchy and hot as shit.
yeah, he's been back for a while.
I did the
could
same
only
thing.
afford to pay him.
I was at work the other day for the Halloween thing, and I was wearing my cultist outfit, and I was like, "Damn, I forgot how fucking hot this thing is."
I need to see pictures.
I have like 6 lights pointed directly at me. It's hot.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, yes, I mean you can go to the half empty flask and get some of those rooms. But I mean the Onyx Peak is nicer if that's something you care about. I didn't give you any ins because you go out drinking, you don't probably stay overnight on
Yeah,
purpose.
but how many places we adventure are these dual establishments where it's a
No, that's true. Some
tavern
of the
and an inn?
some of the places do, but I mean when you're in a city this size,
So let's just we can move on. You're correct. It does say in the notes it was a tavern. So take us to the. I will take you to the Onyx Peak.
Well, now I kind of want to see the other place.
Better not be some schmoozy
Bourgeoisie
joint.
assholes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just turn the cart around and leave.
That's everyone in this city.
yeah. So
The only
all right. So
cheap
as
places are
you
the
depart
bars.
the city of Quiosa.
No, we'll go to the Onyx Peak.
Okay. All right.
Sounds good.
Cool name.
So, as you guys kind of move through the narrow streets, this side or this part of Quiosa has a lot of like 2 and 3 story, in some case stone, sometimes timber, and plaster buildings that are kind of stacked next to each other, kind of like rows and townhouses. The streets here are quite wide, and most of the time, the center of the thoroughfare is reserved for carts and transports that go back and forth. And most people who are on foot kind of travel at the edges of the road. Making your way deeper into the city, into what looks like this white stone. It's not quite a church, but it does have a wall around it, perhaps like a monastery or something of that nature, that has like trees on the inside of it, and you can kind of vaguely hear chanting and singing. You turn down a road called the Serpent's Way, and reach this kind of single-story timber and brick building, with this kind of really thick reinforced wooden door. And as you kind of enter, the ceilings are unusually high, like they could accommodate probably even a Vana pretty easily. You see a relatively half full, very nice inn.
Aaron's got his hand up.
Yeah, I've done my
since-
exposition.
Yes. Since Quiosa is a manufacturing city, weapons manufacturing.
Yep.
It was gonna be part of my question, but you kind of answered it based on where we are. But is the smell of like smoke and like just smiths and foundries like?
Yes, like the
Is it just like
smell
always
of
present?
coal and sulfur and yes, and flux. That stuff
Depending
kind
on
of
how
lingers
close
in
you
the air a little
get,
bit.
you hear hammering sounds and they fade off, come back in a different direction.
Right. Yes.
I don't know if they have all of them in one district
and this
or where.
city appears remarkably mixed use. Like normally you would see, like, it's not uncommon to see people who have houses but have shops in the bottom level. But usually it's like 30% of the buildings are commercial on the first floor. Here that's closer to like 60 or 70%. Um, and at least the section of the city you guys are in at the moment is much less like individual manor houses, and there's a lot more tenements and apartment homes. This place is kind of designed to pack an awful lot of people into a very small area. But I mean, you're building up on the side of a mountain, so I would imagine land's at a premium, you know.
Yeah, I can't really build out when you make a wall.
But as you kind of come in and just kind of take in the space, um, out from around a corner, this well-dressed dwarven man with this kind of light blonde beard, um, well kept, and this kind of short, kind of it's still blonde hair, but he seems to have a little bit of highlights, I guess you would call in it. You don't know whether or not they're natural or not. Um, but he kind of comes in these kind of long, very angular robes. Goes, "Aye, welcome to the Onyx Peak. My name is Thundir. I am the proprietor. Um, would you be requiring some rooms tonight?"
Yes. Yes, we will.
Excellent. And he's kind of looking through, kind of glancing outside. Stabling as well for the horses. And cow.
Hey. She's an oryx.
Ah, apologies, madam. I did not mean to give offense.
But yeah, we're gonna need the stabling.
Right. Well, that's easy enough. So, will you be requiring 5 rooms, or you're planning to mix and match a little bit?
I'm good, Bunker. With some...
And then Yandre, would you share a room with myself?
Did y'all ever wake me up? You said you were gonna wait until
I
we got
would
to our
wake you up,
location.
but actually follow through.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I would point out though that if you are trancing, you're still knowledgeable about what's going on around you, though.
Yeah, but they said we'll just wait till we get to wherever we're going. So I'm assuming you
Fair enough.
said
Yes, I would have woken him up.
okay. Sure. Mr. Red, did you? I mean, okay, yes, we can share a room.
Perfect.
So 3 rooms, no worries. That will run you 8 silver a night per room. So that comes out to 24 silver. And then he's kind of looking over. 4 animals that need stabling.
Yes.
1, 2,
Yes.
3. Well,
All
Who
right.
didn't bring an animal?
Kelmax doesn't count.
What do you mean mine doesn't count? He still needs to eat.
Right. So 5.
Yeah.
Right. That'll be 5 extra silver per night. So that'll be 29 silver per evening. That'll take care of the lodging for both you and the animals. Now, I will say, food is included in that price. We have 3 meals a day. We serve them for about a 2-hour period of time, so feel free to come down. We decide the menu on the day, so if you're ever curious, feel free to stop down here at the front desk and I'll be able to let you know what we're serving. Lunch, well, we've only got about a half hour left, but you can continue to go in if that's something you're interested in. That's oxtail stew. And then this evening, we are having mutton meat pies along with lamb chops and fried sausages for the meat, if that's something you're interested in.
Did you say meat pies tonight? As Volred gets clearly excited hearing that particular dish.
Aye, meat pie.
Oh. 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 Yes,
Uh,
I like meat pies. Thank you.
uh, yes, sir.
I have a question.
Of
Why
course.
why do you call it the Onyx Peak?
Well, it's actually more a reference of where I'm from. Um, I lie in a dwarven kingdom. My family, far up north in the Ashlands, not as far north as Moradun, you understand. It's a very small sort of community there that lies mostly on the western end of the Hollow Mountains. A bit of a jaunt from here, but bit of an homage.
Is the peak black where you're from?
Aye, it's made of slate.
Huh, interesting. But you put no black in your building.
Oh, well, I did not want it to be too obvious. You understand? The hills and mountains here are fine granite, and it's bad enough that people already assume that I've named it for the mountains here. Um, but also, I left home for a reason, so I like to feel like I'm not underground all the time. I understand, it's a bit odd for a dwarf, but
I mean, everyone has their reasons.
aye, aye. Well, again, my name is Slundir, and feel free to let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. I've spent about 120 years here in the city, so
Oh
I
shit!
know quite a bit about the place.
So was that
What
29
is?
silver?
Aye, 29 silver a day, and that takes care of all three rooms, plus room and board for the animals.
I'll give him 9 gold. I'll take them for a couple of days. Not sure when we'll be finished up with our business here.
Aye, no worries. I'll write you down in here. And he kind of reaches out and pulls out these kind of angular, old school, like dwarven style brass keys. I have them adjoining, just for simplicity. If you head to the back on the other side, you go all the way down the hall and to the right, and they should be the last set of rooms.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
You can keep the remaining 3 silver.
And as
So what?
Go ahead.
We're 30 minutes until lunch is done.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
We should eat.
There's oxtails too.
Then
Yeah, dude.
we'll go sit down and eat.
Whee!
Mr. Red,
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you, just to be sure. It sounded like you didn't really like my summer form very much. Do you want me to avoid it?
Yandre, it's not that I didn't like the summer form. It is that in our I guess the eating area is out in the open of the inn, right? So are there people around? Are people could overhear the conversation?
From where you're at, you do notice there are three individuals. There are two humans that appear on the opposite side of the hall that are just having a conversation. You also see kind of robed halfling, just kind of in the corner, slowly eating. From what you can tell, though, spends a lot more time paying attention to the other people in the room than on their food.
Got it. Okay. So, so Yandre, it's not that I have a problem with your summer form. It's just, we've only known each other for such little time, and we're here on important business, and having the version of Yandere that I know is predictable, and it makes me feel more comfortable dealing with someone that I've already met and have learned a little bit about their personality. Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean that does make sense. But wouldn't you want useful more than predictable?
No, not necessarily. I mean, being predictable can be useful. You you want to go into battle with the weapon that you know, not the one that you don't know that might be able to do more damage. Because if you don't know how that weapon operates, you should not be using it. And in this metaphor, I don't know how Summer Yandere works.
Well, Mr. Red, do you trust me?
I trust Spring Yandere. I've met Spring Yandere. Summer Yandere feels like a different person. And at this time, no, I don't trust Summer Yandere. Perhaps one day I will, but in this moment, I know and trust Spring Yandere.
Okay, well then you just let me know when I can become Summer Yandere again.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, this food sounds incredibly delightful. Are we ready to get some?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, I am.
I'd flag if there's like a waitress or someone walking around.
Yeah. Some of the kitchen staff comes out and they bring you some of the oxtail stew, along with bread and an assortment of vegetables. It's got kind
Yeah.
of an autumn vibe. Really, it's something you like a spread you might get at Thanksgiving. Um, the section you've got, since it's towards the end, this is some of the stuff that's been simmering for a while, so the meat's super tender, and it's kind of falling apart as you're going to eat it. Um, just a little bit of charring from it kind of sitting down at the bottom of the pot a little bit, but that just adds some flavor.
That sounds good for oxtail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I've never had any, so I don't know.
Oh. Oh. It's good.
Some burnt ends.
while we're eating, I'm going to look over to Kelmac. So, I heard you say something earlier that your summoned horse eats food?
Yeah, I I just summoned him from a different plane, and I mean, still exists.
Yes, but you do realize as a summoned companion, their sustenance is tied to you.
Oh, see, you show me that ruling. Until then, he eats.
He eats like Slimer.
He's a
from
spirit.
Ghostbusters.
He is a spirit, so therefore he does not need to eat.
He likes the sensation.
You have a spirit.
of-
Does it need to
He
eat?
can eat, but he does not need to eat.
It helps keep normalcy. If you see a horse that doesn't eat for 4 days, you get a little suspicious.
Not if you know it's a summoned warhorse.
If it's a summoned warhorse, then maybe somebody starts looking for a paladin.
So, do you keep your summoned spirit animal or companion around for 40 days instead of sending it back home?
Well, no, I don't keep it around for 40 days. I keep him around for as long as he's needed, but
Well, hasn't it completed its need by getting us here?
well, I don't know what else is going to happen here in the next how many days? 3 days? We paid for 2 days?
And how long does it take you to summon it?
10 minutes? But it takes energy. I don't have a lot of energy on that level to summon him multiple times. And I may need that energy later.
So you theoretically could keep him around for 40 days.
without
Yes.
food and sustenance.
Yes.
Just thought I'd let you know because summoned creatures do not need to eat. They feed off of the life force of the individual who summoned them. Just so you know.
I know.
Okay.
It helps maintain a normalcy.
Mr. Kalin, I think it just makes him feel better. We should just allow it to happen.
That's fine.
Basically,
I just didn't know if he didn't know.
like if a spirit, I mean, Valor can't speak, but I mean we communicate telepathically at a sort of base level. But like if you summoned a creature and it could communicate, and for like 40 days it existed on this plane and it didn't need to eat. I mean, it gets a little awkward when it sits around and you're eating, everybody else is eating, and it just doesn't eat.
Yeah, Caleb, what is your is it in splish form now? What does it feel whenever like you're eating? Do you ever ask it? Or you just ignore it?
They don't eat.
Like this is like, hey, what does that taste like?
Have you ever tried to like feed them just for the kicks?
If they wanted to eat, they would eat.
Sounds like a no.
They have free. Whenever I am not explicitly telling them to do something, they can go eat. But generally, when I'm done with them, I just send them back. Yes, Yandere?
I have a question just for my own personal request.
Yes.
So when you summon something into a different plane and it doesn't really intend to be there other than just to be used, does it feel like a prisoner?
I mean, some do. I've read devils do. Devils don't like being summoned.
Is your horse a devil?
No, he's from the celestial plane.
Oh.
It's more of like he's made for battle. I like to battle, so we just kind of get along pretty well there.
Does your horse speak celestial?
Give me. I think it just of my choice.
Knows the languages you know if I remember correctly.
No, it just if your steed has an intelligence of 5 or less, it becomes 6. It gains the ability to understand one language of your choice that you speak. So technically, it does speak Celestial, but I don't know Celestial. But it understands Common, so that we can communicate because it is a Celestial horse.
DM, does it actually understand celestial?
That's a good question. I mean, it is a spirit. Are you summoning it as a celestial?
Yeah.
Because if it's a celestial, most of them would speak celestial. So if anything,
But it is not able to speak Celestial, right?
yeah, because you're doing it as a war horse, which has an intelligence of 2, which basically means it's a dumb beast.
But it becomes 6 because of the spell.
So it understands it. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Can't speak it.
Well, I imagine it just
Of
can't
your choice.
speak.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say that it knows celestial because it is a celestial creature, but obviously could not speak celestial, and then would know one language of your choice.
Which would be Common, so that we can communicate.
Sure.
Huh. So your horse does speak celestial. Well, understands celestial.
Yes.
And you haven't asked it if it feels like a prisoner yet?
I mean, I'll ask a quick question over that little telepathic connection, since it's probably within a mile of me.
Oh, no worries. I'll go ask it myself. Yandere gets
I
up from the table.
I'm just telepathically ask, do you feel like a prisoner?
Right now, while he's chained up.
Well, no.
Just trying to check and see here. All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how best to handle this telepathy thing. 'Cause it doesn't
Caleb,
really
can you
specify.
speak Celestial?
So,
I mean, you can
so
do
you're
like
you're asking
feelings,
whether or not it feels like a slave,
a prisoner,
a prisoner,
slave, whatever translates well enough.
and you're asking through telepathy in common.
Yes.
Okay. So the spirit in the form of a horse, kind of regards. No, not a prisoner. Though,
Speaks really, really nicely for a horse with 6 intelligence.
well, it's telepathy, yes. It's like, no, not a prisoner, but, I would like to be doing something meaningful.
I get that. I'm kind of the same way right now. I've been doing a lot of sitting around. Be glad you haven't been around the last few days. There have been a lot of sitting around.
Are you saying this in your mind, or are you speaking
In my
out
mind.
loud?
Just looking at you, making weird faces, but not saying anything. Like, the fuck are you doing?
Just kind of raised eyebrow, nodding my head.
Caleb, I think he's having a stroke.
No, I'm not having a stroke.
Oh,
It's possible. Maybe he's in the first stage.
Does he want me to dismiss him? Like, I'll go ahead and ask. Does he want me to dismiss him? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to need him in the coming days or not. Does the horse is here?
I point to the area where the horses are at, and I cast message. And then Celestial's like, is he being mean to you right now?
The horse kind of, quickly looks over towards you all and is like,
I'm inside. But it's
yeah,
like
it's kind of looking
There's
off
a
in that
window and
general
it's just like
direction.
staring right at you. Just, oh.
Yeah, and the horse just kind of looks at you, and you just hear, interesting.
I then remember I look like Arthur, so I'm like, oh wait, I forgot I can talk to animals.
No. You did you say that out loud? Oh God, Arthur.
What? I'm talking to the animals.
The animals are outside.
Oh, yeah,
That's-
my bad.
The first problem.
Lord.
You know I can't read.
Lord, bless me with willpower, please. Oh, I think I might actually pray over dinner tonight.
So what did your horse say?
Well, Eric, I actually asked, like, seriously, if I don't know if I'm gonna need him, but like, does he want to stay or does he want to go? Does he want me to release him?
Maybe
Oh,
you should
sorry,
ask
you
him
guys were
directly.
just having conversations.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you were talking to me.
Well, earlier
in which-
before all this, I asked, but that's fine.
In which case, like, the horse would just respond, there are other things I could be doing if you don't need me.
That's fair enough. I'll release the channel.
And you just go, as it just turns into a whole bunch of light and disappears. And then, like, a couple moments later, you know, the stable hand comes back with, like, a whole bunch of hay and is like going, oh,
Shoot,
shit.
lost one.
and he's like, oh. He's like looking around, wondering where the hell the horse ran off.
If
to.
I hear him or see him start freaking out, I'm just be like, I'm just not gonna tell him anything. Just
I have a question,
Wow.
Eric.
Yes.
Question. What exact tasks does that horse have to do that's
Well-
productive?
oh my god.
So the horse is a celestial spirit in a divine realm that is yanked It's kind of like, the State Farm agent commercial where like you sing like a good neighbor and they just pop in. Think like that. Like this dude is here. He's helping, giving like divine messages to people, counseling people through grief, and then boop, now he's a horse. He's like, oh,
because technically he is a spirit, so he is not. Well, he is in the plane. He is not a horse. He's just a spirit.
But
The
does the
shape of a
horse
horse.
know that there's like a backlog of people just like, well, fuck, I can't go help move this like person's dying child to a hospital because freaking Kelmac won't let me go.
There are tons of other spirits that can
maybe
like.
out there some dude does not get his divine intervention and dies from his wounds because he wasn't there to help. Like, you don't know.
The way
Yeah, he's not
I
high
described it
enough
earlier in
spirit
the
to.
campaign, whenever I summon my creatures, is that I do the summon, but they are willing and they accept to do the bond. And then I pull them into it. And then I release them whenever I'm done with them.
Yeah, but
That's
that's your
what
way.
that's
Your
how
way
I-
And
more.
so, well, it just depends, and that's because Dustin Kilmo likes the idea of when he summons some dude, it's the same dude every time. So like, Kelmac will have to kind of decide that. But
Well,
yes, I
he
mean
has a name 'cause
theoretically,
he is- like the spirit is designed for battle, pretty much, because it's.
right. I mean, I'm just saying the spell doesn't specify. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of up there. But yes, generally speaking, like, it's a spirit. It is doing something. And divine spirits of the celestial nature are, like, always trying to further goodness in the world. So,
Instinctive bond.
yes, imagine this guy is hovering around some paladin in battle, trying to give him courage and maintain that aura. And then all of a sudden he gets like yanked out, and it's like, oh, we got something else for you to do. And it's like,
He-
oh,
He has to
okay.
call.
And
he
in
has to
first
call
place,
in a
it's
lot.
like, hey, this is fine. It's like, cool, we're gonna charge into battle, and I'm gonna help this paladin out. It's like, no, I just need you to carry me up the mountain and then stay overnight in the stable. And he's like,
So I
You
don't
know-
use another spell slot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't
like
have
knowing that.
80 spell slots, and I don't get mine back on a short rest.
I don't have any
Yeah.
at all.
yeah.
Hey, Volraid, how many
Like-
spell slots do you have?
0.
I don't respond. My name's Arthur, okay?
Hey, Arthur, how many spell
Yeah,
slots?
Arthur,
do
how
you
many spell
have?
slots you got?
That's more of a pop
I mean-
quiz. How many do you have, Arthur?
Well, I don't know. I can't read my character sheet. Haven't we discussed this already?
Oh, he's gone blind to the fourth dimension.
Caleb, how many spell slots do you have?
Me?
Yes. Caleb. Our arcane caster.
Technically, I have
Mr. Sandman over here.
14.
I got 7.
Yeah.
Me too.
0.
Big old goose egg.
Well, did you happen to find out if it felt like a prisoner or no?
No, he doesn't, but now that you say something about it, it does seem a little wasted. I will try to be more considerate of his feelings next time, so as not to inconvenience him.
It's good to know. Summoning something into a different plane and making it stay there until a task is done does not make it feel like a prisoner.
Maybe that's why genies always curse people.
I don't know. Do jinns prefer to be called genies in this realm?
I think it depends on the individual.
No one met one.
Huh. Interesting. Well, this food was delicious, but what do we do now?
I could only imagine when I dismissed him, Yandere was almost to the horse to talk to him, and then just
So I'll go back inside.
Well, that was unfortunate. And then just turn back.
Oop, he poofed.
Looks like his task was complete.
So do we go find guns and like weapons now, or do we do that later?
Wait, we get guns?
I
Oh,
want to look for a gun.
I want
like a
guns.
blunderbuss?
Oh, sweet summer child.
Can we buy a cannon?
Absolutely.
Can we mount it to the cart?
I wouldn't, because that cart's pretty busted.
Can we mount it to murder?
That might actually work.
I don't know, like a small cannon maybe.
Murder? Time for murder.
I call it a tank.
I'm just imagining finally getting like a harness that'll hold the weight of the cannon, shooting once, and just like completely paralyzing murder because of recoil.
I would call it a tactically armed new age killer.
I could just see.
Oh, my back!
Shoot it to the side and go.
Single use.
Yeah.
Single use murder.
When you want to make murder do a kickflip, just turn it 90 degrees.
We gotta make this jump, guys.
At that point, you might as well just strap some explosives to murder and be like, go on.
We had a good run, guys.
Yeah.
Then we're getting into some just cause physics.
Oh, Lord, just cause.
I mean, that sounds fun, though.
So
I
are
needed
we
that.
getting weapons? Do you know someone who sells weapons?
Because we don't know anybody here. I'm sure there's a multitude of arms dealers.
Oh, well, it is just but the city.
Oh, cool.
So, of course.
Or does the family have a stranglehold?
Well, do we go up to the manor to get the weapons,
would-
or is there
I
a
would.
vendor down here that we get weapons from?
Oh, y'all are doing this? I was gonna do it on my downtime.
So, like with Quiosa, the manufacture of weapons is pretty heavily regulated.
Do they have
So-
a maker's mark?
Yeah, they have makers marks and guilds and stuff. But the point is that most of the foundries and armor smiths in the city make armor and weapons for the guard and the military, and then for export. There are a handful of people who make for general consumption. So it just kind of depends. If you want to buy weapons in mass, you got to do that from the government, from one of the Goldmen or the Archon. Or if you're looking for a smaller number of arms, you can go to some of the weaponsmiths or armor smiths that are here in the city. Those that have been allowed to practice their craft. As Volred explained.
Yes.
Excellent.
I wasn't going to make you sort back through your notes to find all that.
That's not in my notes.
I mean, ultimately,
not.
like,
I thought I sent that to you like 2 weeks ago.
do
Maybe not. In which
Um,
case, you know it now.
addressing everyone as a guild, do we want to move up and maybe get into trade so we can, and maybe one day we'll meet the family that pretty much, I mean, owns Quiosa. I'll just glance at Volred.
You can sell the sweet nuts.
Gotta find the
Didn't we
sweet
talk
nut
about
first.
this?
I know that you don't have sweet nuts now, but you are literally titled Sweet Nut Manor. That's where you live. I mean, what's stopping you from growing sweet nuts?
You have to define what that is.
A nut that is sweet.
A hazelnut?
Maybe.
Pecan.
Pecan's
Those are
pretty
used
sweet.
in sweets. It's just an option.
D's.
DZ.
Oh, I haven't heard about those kind of nuts.
Oh,
What are D's?
D's nuts.
Ah.
Ah,
I don't think those are sweet. I think those are salty.
No, you have to get the Bofides. Bofides is the one that are sweet.
what's both of these?
Bofides nuts.
Man, I keep walking into them.
Man, Kalamaki, you've been living under a rock.
No.
He's been living under a tent.
Maybe you got hit by one.
Those
Tent?
No.
So, I mean, if you're going to trade anything, I would say trade sweet nuts.
Don't.
I mean, you could. You said sweet nut milk is where that originally came from, correct?
Yes.
So you can make sweet nuts and then produce sweet nut milk.
but nuts don't make milk.
You never milked a nut?
Goats and cows make milk.
You can make nut milk.
Women make milk. But is it milk?
Yes, it's milk, but the question is it considered dairy?
It looks milky.
What does milky look like to you?
White, liquidy.
And
So
yes,
you want to produce a sweet nut that is white and milky.
Take
Do
an
you-
opportunity to
Are you-
apologize to all of our people watching us for 45 minutes of just talking about innuendo.
No, there is a very sensible argument. Is nut milk actually milk? It is not dairy because it's not produced by an animal. But is it milk?
What is milk?
No.
What is milk?
did you just
Milk is
describe dairy as being from an animal?
I don't know if we can have time
Isn't
for a
that-
science lesson, but
Yeah.
Momod, if you are or happen to watch this, I'm sure you could give us a dissertation on what actual milk is classified as. So we're gonna pin that and come back to it.
Blah 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 blah.
What is a
I'm
man?
OOC. I'm hoping Volred is picking up what I'm putting down.
No.
How are we gonna get to your family? OOC. OOC, how are we gonna get to your family?
It's funnier if it's in.
I'll be right back.
I was just gonna go get weapons on my own. I wasn't playing. That was like a side thing. So I figured, saying I'm not gonna be very helpful in any of your espionage. But yeah, how are you gonna meet the people in the palace? So you didn't have a plan.
No.
Mr. Arthur?
Yes.
Is there like a place that your family or anybody would hang out outside of the palace? Possibly? Maybe we just so happen to run into them? Even then, if we do just so happen to run into them, are you just gonna go up and talk to them?
I haven't gotten that far. I have been thinking of all the various ways to go about this, and I'm stuck with an analysis paralysis. I thought that when I got here, it would be clear to me what needed to be done.
But now there's an objective, but there's no clear path.
Precisely.
How does one
Well-
typically meet your family? If hypothetically they were.
Of highborn status.
Well, there's two options. You've either been invited or you have requested an invitation via the proper channels, that being sending a letter to the city requesting such a meeting. Now, from time to time, the family does visit areas of the city, such as an establishment like this, but in those settings, it's not, well, let's just say it's frowned upon for some foreigner visiting to just strike up conversation.
DM. On our way in, did I see any sign of the Adventurers Guild having presence here?
Not that you saw.
Then I will pose the question: Does the Adventurers Guild have any presence here? I didn't see any on the way in.
Eric, I'm going to assume that's a no.
Yeah, not to your knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. So, no Kelmac. There's not a presence here of the
Okay.
Adventurers Guild.
All right.
Mr. Arthur?
Yes.
So I know that you said you hadn't had an idea of how we were going to do that because you didn't think about that previously, but I think now might be time to think about it. So what other options do you have to speak with your family without giving it away that you are who you are?
Well, the only thing I could think of, I still want to try to collect information prior to talking to my family. So, I think what would be best is if we can find where one of the Goldmen are and try to follow them and see what they're doing, we might be able to find some of this information. And once I have hopefully learned some valuable information, in that case, I will take off the hat of disguise and just walk into my home.
So you said these are Goldmen?
Yes.
Do they
Do they,
carry
like,
sacks?
No. So
Do they
the
handle
Goldmen-
money?
I will answer, but not that direct question. The Goldmen, that is the name that is given to the elected officials. There are 3 of them in the area who are approximately, just outside of the power of the immediate family. There's Staton Mason, Alan Kardec, and Berlin Mole. At least, that's who the Goldmen were when I was here last. They typically they take care of things that the family doesn't want to take care of. Things that could be a little dirty. So I think if we can locate one of them and find out what they're currently doing, perhaps that will lead us to more information.
Do you want to maybe post those names?
I'm
Yes.
doing it right now.
Okay. What a gracious DM.
So we need to find one of the Goldmen and
Or
ask them questions.
ex-Goldman.
So we're going to ask them questions?
Well, let's locate them first and spy on them. And possibly that could lead us to answers, and if it doesn't, we can be more direct with our approach.
Do you happen to know a place that they will be? Do they usually meet to give information to your family, and we can follow them from there?
Hmm.
Do they have a
Because I
headquarters?
could get somebody to follow somebody very easily.
Hmm. Well, given that they do tend to be up to some more of the dirtier things, it is quite possible that they would be at the half empty flask, which is what I initially mentioned as a place of opportunity. Or they could be at a nicer tavern such as the Deadly Dungeon. But more than likely, if they're up to any misguided dealings, it would be at the half empty flask.
Um, Question: Are we back in our rooms at this point, or are we still down at the floor eating?
We never technically left the table, so
Then
I've
I
been
would say,
trying
if we're
to
going to continue this
speak it.
conversation, let's go somewhere a little more private.
agreed.
Let's go to the
Oh.
rooms.
Yeah.
Carve down the last mischief.
So,
And
you
you said
depart
our
the
room
room.
is the end of the hallway, correct?
Yep, towards the end of the hallway. Take a right. It kind of tees. Uh, you kind of head down that way, and at the very end of the hallway are your 3 rooms.
So the
Yeah.
last turn to our room, give it a little distance. I would do it right at the intersection to where they wouldn't have no business going past those rooms. I will immediately do an alarm spell through my book. So
Okay.
it takes
Do
one turn
the
and
quick gesture, quick prayer to Aromakai, and all that kind of crap, and then boom.
and I'm gonna do a mental trigger.
Okay. You kind of open up at this section. Am I really cutting out that bad, or am I just getting patchy from someone else?
Is that fine?
You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Sound
All right.
good?
I must have just been hearing myself and someone else's thing. So the rooms here, as Thundir mentioned, are somewhat small. They're only like 10-foot by 10-foot rooms. The beds are mostly just kind of like wooden cots. But they do have like a pot-belly stove with some wood there to keep the place warm, a writing desk, and kind of a stand with a basin for like splashing water on yourself. Um, but you don't know that you'll uh, need it. Like the place does, like all the furnishings, they're all high quality, just simple uh, in style. Though the bed, despite being a cot, is surprisingly comfortable.
And then once we get into the room, um, I'm gonna say, uh, Arthur, since you happen to have the ability to change your form, could you possibly give us a copy of what these individuals look like
Look like it has been a while.
so that we are able to properly identify them?
Hmm. That's fair. So I will do so, but also keep in mind that their their robes are very distinct. There's a
Okay,
reason
so
why they're called the Goldmen, as much like the robes that Volred wore, it is very similar to that, but in all gold, with gold accessories, gold chains on the sleeves, chains from the sides, multiple pockets with gold laced
Lots of gold.
intrigues. Yes,
Okay.
lots of gold, but it would be helpful for you to see what they look like. So, one by one, I will go through and just, you know, pop off all the different, faces and, description of them.
Yep.
Okay.
Kind of going through really quick. First one up, Stayan, Mason. He appears to be kind of a rotund kind of figure, kind of balding hair. Think like Varys from Game of Thrones. Though not so clean necessarily. Like his face would look a little bit more weathered. Alan Karadek, chiseled features, late 40s. Think like an older Matt Bomer. If any of you guys ever saw any of the shows he was in, trying to think of what he would have been in, so that way I could have explained it to you. And then Baron Mole, a much older figure. Think like Walder Frey, or the guy who plays the groundskeeper, Mr. Filch, Harry Potter. That kind of image comes to mind. But yes.
So none of them look like they'd be up to any good if you judged people based on appearance.
Hard to say. Like, Alan Karadek is probably the only one of them that you would say could be like classically handsome. You
Which
imagine
means
he would
he's a
probably
mass
somewhat.
murderer.
You would imagine he could be quite charming. If you choose to push it, I'm sure Volred can tell you Karadek is probably the most dangerous of the three.
Yes.
He's certainly the most ambitious. So, and he's sharp.
So, with that in mind, I can cast invisibility on anybody who wants to try and follow this figure and find out where they're going and listen to them, if that is something that we want to do.
First we have. Go ahead. Sorry.
That would be ideal. I think before I confront my family, I want to try to obtain as much information as possible.
I can also cast invisibility on more than one individual.
That could come in handy. Kelmac, did you have a question or comment?
No, I was just gonna tack on what you said earlier, that it's been a while since you've been home, so the Goldman may have changed.
We shall see. It will be interesting if that is the case.
We'll just need to find one.
Yes. Yes, we will. And after we get this information, or if this information isn't bountiful, there is, and, Volred's face, or at least, Arthur's face, kind of gets just a little slightly blushed for a moment, and as he says, there is a Melwyn who could be someone to talk to.
Melwyn?
Melwyn, yes.
Associate of yours from past activities?
You could say that. She was my nanny.
Is she a trusted individual of yours, or somebody that we can get information out of because they talk a lot?
I hope. I wouldn't think that she would be in any conspiracy against me, but then at the same time, I I don't want to see her get in trouble. I would like to protect her as an asset as possible, assuming her innocence.
Then we should leave her for the last ditch effort if we are unable to find anything else.
Agreed. Nothing could happen to Melwin. As his face continues to blush a little more.
Your nanny.
Yes.
All right.
Didn't you have a nanny, Kazal?
No,
Oh,
I had a loving family that took care of us.
that sounds very
Yeah.
pointed.
Different kinds of houses we lived in, I guess.
Different strokes for different folks.
What the hell's that mean?
Means some people experience different things.
Okay. Should we try to befriend one of these Goldman? See if we can earn
No.
their favor? Maybe that's-
Absolutely not.
Okay.
They are not to be trusted, and they will sense that from a mile away as
mean-
deceit.
If they've survived from how you explain it, a very difficult what's the word?
So, if I were to cast invisibility, who would be the one to go? Who is the stealthiest?
I'm just gonna point at Blorad.
Yes, Izal?
I am clearly the most stealthy.
Eh.
No, I can cast it on more than one individual.
Oh.
Does anybody else want to go? All right.
Yandere will go.
I mean, like, when are you casting it on them? Are we going to go find them now, or
Let's say that we would find them first, and then somebody would stay. Probably you is all, because you can send a message to me. And then whenever they leave the establishment that they are going, I cast invisibility on Arthur and Yandere, and they both tail this individual. And my invisibility would last for an hour.
what would you plan on getting in that hour time?
Where they're going, what type of business they would be doing in that location.
I mean, from what Red is saying, it's probably not good business if they're on business.
Exactly. I'm curious what they're up to. And even if they don't have direct answers to what I want or anything pertaining to me, they might leave clues behind.
All right, so we get information about what they're doing and who they're involved with, and we'll use that information to get an audience with your family. Trying to see that connecting bridge after it.
Well, we don't know what we're going to find out. Perhaps we find out everything I need to know. In that case, should there be sufficient evidence that my family has betrayed me, it will be more of a arrow to the head than a conversation. But should we find out at least any sort of information that can be used as I attempt to speak to my family to find out, will they give the same backstory from what we've discovered? It is but arming myself with as much information as possible and handling it as we see fit. We're not immediately killing my family, is all.
I'm past that part. I'm just trying to see where the investigation gets us into that next step of doing it, because we could wind up making ourselves look like criminals if we get caught trying to follow them.
Do you have any other ideas?
Nope.
Okay, then we're going to do this plan.
Okay.
I
It's
do
only-
have
it's the only
one. I
plan.
don't know how to really implement it.
What is the idea?
We start a rumor that we have spotted you inside the city somewhere. And whenever that information reaches back to your family, we find out what type of individuals they send to investigate. Whether it be assassins or somebody sent as a party to talk to you, or if somebody personally comes to see how your well-being is doing. It's who they send can tell us a lot about what their intentions are.
That's true, but then there's no element of surprise.
Yeah.
Well, I think the surprise would be like it's probably very jarring if there's all of a sudden rumors of your survival pop up.
That's true, but if
Well-
It's also like kicking the hornet's nest and seeing what happens.
Puts them on high alert too.
Yes.
And that's...
I think
I
that
could say that would be a plan Z.
I think we should utilize that plan if it comes to it. That is definitely something to consider.
And in that case, I believe your plan is the way to go for right now. See what we find and discuss from there.
And if we don't find anything, then we might just have to resort to that.
Sounds good?
The way it
Caleb.
goes.
There is an alarm that goes off in your head.
All right. I'm going to hold my hand up to my mouth. And I'm going to listen outside the door and see if somebody comes up to our door.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Am I gonna die again?
Expert assassins burst into the room.
Cut my head off. Not this.
Not again. Aw, shucks.
Oh, Caleb has mystical senses?
Not
I'm sorry,
me
what'd you
being
roll?
killed.
18.
18. Yeah, you do hear the slight flexing of boards and the padding. You get the sense that someone is on the other side, but the inn is well maintained. The boards aren't that squeaky, and whoever it is seems to be quite adept at muffling most of the sound.
I'm going to
So
look at
it's
his
hard
all.
to say.
I'm going to look at his all. I'm going to mouth, you ready?
Do you want me to go out there?
Does he's all give a yes or no?
I put my hand up and I point at you like, the fuck are you talking about?
Mentally back. I'm going to teleport you outside this door right beside this person.
Oh shit! Get the axe out. Thumbs up.
I'm going to grab his all
Sword out. Too.
dimension door right where this person would be standing with his all and the 5-foot square beside them.
Okay, so I mean the hall's only 5 foot tall, so you're gonna summon the doorway in the hall.
Well,
Flanking
my
them.
my version of dimension door isn't us going through a door. I would grab his all, we both like teleport out, and we pop back up right in front of the individual in front of our door.
Well, right, but I'm just saying you're teleporting essentially.
Next to the
Yes, his
In the
all would
hall.
be in the 5-foot square right next to the individual that we
Okay.
see outside the door, and I would be on the opposite side
Cool.
of his all.
So
safely
as
protected
that
by my
happens,
body.
there's kind of a, and these all you come face to face, or not really face to face. You stand behind this robed figure, who stands perhaps like 6 or 7 inches shorter than you, with the head kind of pressed up to the door, and without really jumping, the cloaked head just kind of turns over to look at you. And it appears to be that halfling woman that was in the tap room earlier.
Would you like to come inside?
Are you brandishing a weapon?
Oh, I have my axe and Creed Cleaver out.
She kind of looks over, stands up straight a little bit, kind of ruffles her cloak a little bit, kind of blocking her body. Tries to kind of look past you, kind of sees Calum, but is really looking even farther beyond Calum. Comes back. Hi. I think that might be the best idea.
You hear the door jiggle, the door handle jiggle a little bit.
Gotta make sure it's not locked.
Yeah. And then you just hear you hear Kelmax. Why do you jiggle the knob all the time? Does
Yes,
it
you have to
open
make
in
sure
or
it's-
out?
You have to make sure it's not locked. And then
Killing the mood, guys.
Yandere opens the door
Just
and just gestures for them to come in.
After you.
The halfling woman makes her way in the room as she kind of regards the now 6 people in this really tiny space. It's getting
I'm
awfully...
starting to kind of I gotta get the wall now. Just kind of
Yeah, it's really packed here. As she kind of comes in, see her kind of take off the hood a little bit. You indeed see a halfling woman, lithe, though still quite muscular, with this kind of red hair, kind of reminds you of Gander, and hazel eyes. But she's got kind of a mouth that seems a little bit wider than what is normal. Almost kind of like anytime she opens her mouth, it's like a big fish gaping. It's an obvious analogy that you guys can see when talking to her. The cloak covers most of her clothing, but it's all you were able to kind of briefly see a little bit of what looks like leather armor underneath. She kind of regards you guys as you step in. Look around.
we got a
Well,
problem.
This is not really how I wanted to do this. But, right. So,
Pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
right. My name's Ellie. And, I am, I was hoping to talk to you, fine individuals, in hopes that you might help me with something.
That would be an excellent thing to talk about. But
Indeed it would.
why did you sneak up to our rooms?
I'm kind of looking around. Well, I suppose you could say, sneaking is a bit of a stock in trade, really. And I was trying to see if I could gain any additional information about you so that I might have more ammunition come time for negotiations.
Well, what information did you gather?
Not much, other than the fact that you guys are really loud. And you guys also mentioned you might be trying to get in touch with one of the Goldmen.
All right. I'm going to look at the other people. And then I'm going to look back. So what type of negotiation is this? Mind you, we have the leg up now.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. It's not as if you put me that much in... well, I have a variety of skills myself, really. Anyway...
Yandere slowly starts pushing a cabinet in front of the door.
Yandere.
For the ghosts.
There,
Let him do it this time.
This is a good idea.
Yeah, this time.
it's
Oh,
getting claustrophobic in here.
What I'm asking for is a simple trade. One or multiple of you help me... well, not that I really need your help doing it, but I need you guys to make a bit of a distraction for me. So that way I could get into a place I'm really not supposed to be. In return, I might give you some information that might help you out with your own sort of information gathering.
All right. What sort of location are you trying to get into? And how big of a distraction do you need?
Well, and she's kind of regarding you a little bit. Tough to say. Her eyes kind of gain a stay on Kelmac a little bit.
How tall is she? Like
Kind of,
3 foot or something?
yeah, I guess like almost. Is it halflings or gnomes that are taller?
Gnomes are taller than halflings. For
Oh,
some
yeah.
reason.
At this edition.
I don't know how science works.
Well, they need to be half men, you know. But anyway,
I'm very tall.
yes, you're easily double her height. And she goes, well, eyes kind of staying on Kelmac a little bit longer. I suppose, before I get into all that, I would like to get an idea of your group's disposition towards more grey side of the law items. I mean, you've got some groups that look, down to earth in the muck kind of types. But then you've got some others, kind of looking over at Kelmac and Yandere, who appear they might have scruples.
Scruples? Is that a customary language here in the realm?
No, it's like we'll have an issue with the activities that are going on.
Which laws are you referring to? Are you referring to the laws of the Fae, or are you referring to the laws of this realm?
This realm, the laws of this city, is about the only thing I really care about at this particular juncture. As those are the laws that I will be punished for breaking.
The laws of the Prime in this area, as the people who rule it make fit.
Are we supposed to care about those?
Yes, kind
You're
of.
supposed to follow them until it's not worth to follow.
Oh, okay.
In any area of the
That's
Prime.
a lawful neutral character right there. Or I guess true neutral, maybe.
You
Or neutral.
in the Prime, there are rules that people put in place that you should follow so as you do not get in trouble and get arrested or fined.
It really depends on what you are hurting and what you are doing.
Well, I'm not
Because
trying to hurt anyone, understand. More like I'm trying to retrieve something on behalf of someone else. And, well, Thundy here keeps a real good eye on his storeroom, if you understand my meaning. So I'd like his attention to be elsewhere.
What are you trying to rob? You trying to rob the dwarf?
Well, aye.
Why?
I mean, we just paid
Right.
for the
what item
room.
are you trying to retrieve?
Pardon?
How big of an item are you trying to retrieve?
Oh, relatively small thing, all things considered. Easy enough for me to get out of here without anyone being the wiser.
So you just need somebody to avert their eyes for a given amount of time just so that you can get in and get out.
Master Caleb?
That's the gist of it.
Master Caleb?
Yes.
I don't think you're asking the right question.
And what is the right question?
How much value is this item that you're looking to retrieve?
That's not really the source of point here. Point is, I'm not asking you to help me steal the thing. I just need you to distract the proprietor whilst I sneak in and steal the thing. And in return, I will give you some information of equal value to your participation in this scheme of mine.
So, what value is our participation to you in this?
Well, as I said, I'm going to give you some information regarding a certain Goldman, an Alan Karadek.
Would that information put you in jail if it were to be released somewhere else?
No, it's not. It's not information that's illegal to possess. It's more something that if someone wished to follow up on that information, they might discover some things that a certain Goldman does not wish others to know.
Well, that doesn't seem like it's equal value then.
That depends on what you plan on doing with that information.
Well,
Someone who is well adept could use that information to great effect.
It also depends on what you plan on doing with that item that seems to be incredibly valuable. And to be
Look,
fair,
I don't
it does
take
require-
into account. I do not take
Yeah.
into account what you are planning on doing in judging the value of that information to you, just as I expect you don't take into consideration the value that I'm attempting to nick.
You're leveraging vapor at this moment. You cannot tell us what our own value is when you cannot adequately describe the value in which you are asking for.
Well,
so unless you
Thundir,
plan to give
But-
us...
Look, it's a very simple transaction, a very simple calculus, really.
Okay, then give
I
us
give you some
up
information.
front.
No, hold up. If I give you this information, you have to decide whether or not that information is worth the effort that you have to expend in helping me. I don't have to care what effort you will expend in using this information. It's not part of the equation. Just as you don't have to care of the value of the item that I'm stealing. Not part of the equation. The question is, for the effort that you are expending in helping me, does the information I provide you save you efforts that are at least comparable to the effort you're having to expend to help me?
or you give us the information. We don't tell Thundir that you're going to steal something from him. And if you don't give us the information, then we inform Thunder that you're going to try to steal from him, put him on high alert so he hides it away, and you don't get it.
Well, I suppose that's certainly a possibility. But honestly, you could do that, and I'd probably get kicked out a little bit. But the good proprietor Thundir, uh, well, I suppose I could say that he seems to know just about every rogue and thief in town, really. So,
I reckon you wouldn't
let's
be around for much longer if he knew you were trying to thieve him.
Well, that depends. Deals can always be made. But more than that, suppose if you require a little bit something else to help you appraise my offer, suppose that the Goldman, which we are referring to, has some business dealings that he would prefer the good Lord Quiosa to not know about, and say evidence of those activities lies at a place here in town that said Goldman wouldn't want anyone to know he's attached to.
I have a question. Would you enlighten me, just briefly?
Enlighten you as to what?
So, say we agree to take this deal, and you give us information, but that information doesn't really add up to the value of the participation when we complete it. Does that mean that you will give us a favor in return afterwards?
Well, I suppose that ultimately depends. Of course, if you are useful, then it's good for someone such as myself to have friends here in the city. Also, I guess it really depends because the information I know happens to be good. After all, a mate of mine happened to die for it, so it's certainly worth killing someone over. In any case, if I give you the information and you're just shite at doing anything with it, well, that's not really my fault, is it? So, in the same way, if you help me and I get in and I blunder through and manage to get myself caught, well, that's not on you. You did your part. So, a certain amount of trust is just going to have to exist.
Whenever Yandere started talking to this individual, Caleb will cast. Well, let me see what this takes first before I say that.
Components.
Yeah, let me do that first. Uh, it's verbal and somatic. What would I have to do to silently or hiddenly cast a spell?
Have subtle spell.
Meta magic.
Yep. Have
Yeah,
subtle spell.
besides that.
Leave the room.
You can't do it. Well, and I pushed a cabinet in front of the door. But yeah, you can't do that unless you have subtle spell. It's gonna be
And
obvious.
yeah, because wizard spells especially are known for being flashy, and you have to speak. There's
Never
take
mind.
levels in sorcerer
I'm going to instead. I'm
or
going
meta
to.
magic components.
Do I believe this individual? And do I think that he's trying to trick us?
She.
Or she? Yes. Do I believe that she is trying to trick us, or if they are setting us up to a trap?
Well, you're only so at reading people, really. But Ellie seems not as if she's skirting anything. Definitely has the appearance of being open. Obviously, she's not telling you everything, as she definitely does not want to discuss the object that she's attempting to steal. But you get the sense that she's really just looking. It's kind of like she pays no more attention really or effort into you than as if she was like some kid on the street. It's like, yo kid, you want to make $10? You know, it's just like you guys are here, you guys can help, and you get the sense that if you say no, she'll just come up with another plan.
Am I good to continue?
Yeah.
So, if we help you and the result is more negative on our side, you give us information and a favor.
Okay.
We have no idea what you're trying to take, and we don't know the value of it, so it's a very open-ended deal for us to accept with no real risk to you.
Well, I would say that I also don't know what you're going to do with the information I'm going to give you. For all I know, you're going to go piss off the old Goldman, and next thing you know, he's going to be wondering where you got that information. So, I suppose if we want to talk about outcomes rather than opportunity, then would it be fair to say if you help me out and I get in there and for some reason I am unable to acquire said object, you're going to owe me a favor?
I look over at the rest of the group because
That's really that's really what you're asking here, you know?
Yeah, I look over to the group and I look at him like that's technically a fair deal. I would take that in the Feywild, and it's kind of an open-ended concept really on either side. We're giving her a favor regardless, and we wouldn't have completed the action that we're going in with the deal. This is obviously outside of character. I'm not saying this out loud. So it's basically a favor for a favor with some additional information. Technically, she's giving us the better half of it because if we are successful, we get multiple things out of it.
My only concern
I'm good with it.
is will Thundir be put in any kind of, from what I'm gathering, the feeling of this town, will he be put in any danger with the Goldman if this thing you're getting disappears?
We won't know.
Well, I suppose. Oh, were you asking that, or is that just you?
I'm asking if this.
Are you
I'm
asking?
gonna say
Are you vocalizing this?
Yes.
Is this in character or out of character? Is the question.
I'm gonna explain what I want to ask because I can't find the way to put it into words to actually ask the question. Will what she steal make Thundir in danger of retaliation from the Goldman or the Quiosa family?
Well, no, not really. The item I'm stealing doesn't really have anything to do with the Goldman.
Oh,
I
okay.
suppose. I mean, if you guys really fuck stuff up and tell the Goldman that it was all Thundir's fault, I mean, he might get a little badgered if you guys go and get yourself caught and drawn the eye. You know, the Goldman's men might pay him a bit of a visit just to get some information on you. But I suppose ultimately that question comes up to what you do with the information.
Okay. Well, then that takes care of my worries. As long as nobody gets hurt in the middle of anything.
I agree. We should take the deal.
Sounds fair
This
enough.
is all.
I don't think we should owe you anything if you fuck up your own plan.
Same way, I don't think I should owe you anything if you fuck up with the information I give you.
Great, so we won't owe you if you fail.
Right, but your friend here, the one with, sorry, I'm assuming you're an elf, but you are a little different than other elves I've met. I hope that's not very offensive. I mean, I get it. But he seems awfully sticky on the idea of favors being involved somewhere.
Well, it's more of if we help you, you owe us that information, and vice versa. If you give us the information without us helping you, that kind of thing.
He's very big on
But
deals.
if you fuck up because of your own stupidity, that's on you.
Indeed. And if I give you this information, and you go off and get yourself in a whole heap fuck ton of trouble with the Goldman, that's on you. Or, conversely, if you guys are really shite at investigation and can't find the clues that are obvious in front of your face, but I don't know. She kind of looks around. Judging by the armaments you're carrying, you're basically either a bunch of rich ninnies who basically bought your way into the adventuring life, or you have some actual experience.
I'm not rich at all.
Neither
Came here
am
for a
I.
fun time, not a long time.
I can't even read.
Arthur is but a sailor.
I worked for free.
Yeah,
Ellie kind of looks over to you, Volred, and is kind of glancing you over, like the obvious. Like you get a sense she kind of sees through the forcedness of your answer a little bit, but maybe doesn't quite know what to make of it.
Andre, are you good with the original deal?
Well, this deal would actually require all of us to be participants in it. And so if one of us doesn't feel comfortable with the deal, I don't want to move forward with it.
No, I got my worries out of there.
I'm comfortable with us causing a distraction for Shorty here to steal something.
Are you saying you no longer want the favor?
Oh, I want the favor, yeah. I'm done with our end of the part of what we have to do.
What are we about to agree to?
We're causing a distraction for Ellie here to rob something.
I know, but now I'm confused. Are we taking the extra favors, or are we going back to the initial deal?
That's what I was asking.
As far as I'm aware. Sorry.
Izal is the one that doesn't want the additional favors on the deal. And so if we're going to solidify it, Yandere is not going to solidify any deal without everybody being on the same page. So Izal doesn't want us to have the favor on the tail end. She wants the distraction for the information, and that's it.
Yeah.
I get Izal's position. I was just confirming that is exactly what we're reverting to.
Yeah.
The original.
Yeah.
And that's,
Yeah, the idea is helping out, and there's no favors on either side. If you fuck up, you fuck up. Or a mutual agreement that if the results aren't ideal for either party, the other party gets a favor in return. Which sounds like the deal you're rejecting.
Yeah, not a fan of that one.
Yes.
so let's go for information for destruction. That's it.
Well, Ellie?
Fine with me. As I said, you're basically just agreeing to my deal. So, yeah, I'm quite good with this.
Yeah, so we've gone full circle. Yes.
Yes, we agree. Would you like to shake on it?
All right. And then spits in the hand.
That's
Yandere's
how you
not
seal a
bothered by
deal.
this. Yandere's not bothered by that at all. Shakes.
Yep.
I'm assuming that's a custom here.
Apparently.
Oh,
Yeah.
kind of looking around. You know my name, so I suppose we're going to work together. Might as well get to know yours.
My name is 15-minute break.
Get through the names.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Well, say your name.
My name is Arthur.
Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes, Arthur.
My
And
name is Caleb.
Yandere is going to walk around and go back to
Yeah.
the door and start moving the desk back. My name's Yandere.
And just like sliding on the wall, just getting the door, and just I'm Kelmac, and just one arm, just.
He's
My
all.
name is Caleb. Nice to meet you.
He's all.
Yeah, sorry about that. We jumped into that and I didn't realize what time it was. So I was like, well, I guess we'll have a quick interlude. Yeah, with that, Ellie's like, all right, well, let's get to business then. And we'll see what you guys come up with in 15.
Brack.
Brock. No transitions. You start when I say we start. When I say we
Okay.
start. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm not even going to dignify it with acknowledgement. So, yes, welcome back after our break. It's just weird. That did not seem like 15 minutes, but you know, there was a timer and everything, right? So, you guys spent a little bit of time with Ellie, the halfling thief, and brokered a deal. So, at the prompting, he's like, all right then. So, are we ready to get started?
You're doing this tonight?
I would say right about now.
That seems like you poorly planned it.
Not really. It's just an in and an out. So, as long as you keep him busy for about 5 minutes or so, that's all I need.
Okay. A 5
So,
minutes.
Anyone got a plan?
What's your plan?
Caleb, you can play an instrument, right?
Yes, I can.
I guess we could start with that.
Well, I was sort of thinking that if we do this tomorrow, I could change somebody into, let's say, a giant ape.
I'd rather not
And
I mean,
destroy the
I
premise.
like it. I really do. The only problem is that a distraction quite like that will likely also involve the town guard. And then you'll have an awful lot of the Goldman's men wondering why you're disturbing the peace such as that. You might even be drawn in front of the Archon. And
we get caught.
look, there's going to be inquiries. And do you truly think that the people, the guard of this city, are so inept that they won't be able to narrow down someone who could use a spell like that?
It's true. But that's
Esau, you just wanna chat up Thundir for 5-10 minutes?
How come I gotta chat him up?
I don't know.
I don't like who should like ask him questions about like the city or something. I mean, Yandere, you're great at talking.
I'm sorry?
You're great at like talking and asking questions that lead to another question, that lead to another question. I mean, if I do it, it's probably gonna get stale after about a minute.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but maybe.
There's Arthur could do it. I mean, Arthur's well known for being able to ramble on for long periods of time.
That is true.
Swears like a sailor too.
I also just have the ability to turn you invisible.
That will be useful. At the very least, it will help ensure that this gets done quickly and with the minimal amount of fuss.
I suggest that I am more of like a back end guard in case things go awry and we have to leave the tavern. If you happen to do something stupid to attract a guard.
Well, the only way you guys would be involved in something like that is if Thundier knew that you were involved.
I don't know what type of
could
That would
destruction
not
also
be
you
very
do.
smart.
Well, Caleb first had the idea of using a giant ape, so I'm already on the assumption that there'll be too much attention. Be too good at what we're doing.
So he's all in Kelmec. Y'all can start a brawl.
No.
That will start some attention, but not garner too much to where.
No, because we can easily be apprehended for public nuisance, public endangerment. I don't know what they
Aye.
charge here.
And part of the problem with that is the door that I need to gain access to is in the tap room. So, the only real place for you to do that would be out in the street. And I'm afraid your feline friend is quite right there. That's a very good way to get the guard called on you.
What if I caused... Well, first of all, we caused distraction. Where do we meet up to get information after you've taken it? We didn't get that part clarified beforehand.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we already have a... Sorry, I'm used to working alone, the kind of stuff that I do, so I don't often hire lollies just hanging around. But, well, I suppose you'll want to be getting your payment quickly. You wouldn't want to be waiting on it. Understandable. I wouldn't want to be caught in the same problem myself. So,
Yeah.
once I get out, though, assuming nothing crazy is going on, I'll walk right out the front door, and then if you just want to meet me round the back, we could handle it there.
Eric, OOC. The
Or I
tap
can
room.
meet you back in your room.
What you're trying to take isn't something super noticeable, though, so like he's gonna immediately know something's gone, right? It's not like you're taking a cash register.
Oh, no. Something much more than that.
The
Yes.
OOC. The tap room is where like all the beer is stored.
No, I mean, it's like a tap room. It's more like a dining hall. It is just a room right near check-in that has space for the guests to spend some time. You know, there's like a half dozen tables there, and when food is served, that is where it is served.
I have a question. Is Thundir modestly attractive for a dwarf?
He's pretty attractive for a dwarf.
Alright. I've got an angle I can go with.
I was just gonna go, and since we're new in town, I don't know the interactions here. If he knows anyone we need to avoid, you know,
A rogue,
like
name it Ellie.
I asked him that. Yeah, there's a little halfling that was in here. Her name's
Probably
Allie. She
should've
always tries to.
Don't draw attention to your associate. You ever broken and entered into some place before, Kelmac?
No.
Right, you're one of those.
I've broken things.
What does a B and E stand for to you?
Breaking and ending.
Ooh, close.
You know, I'm starting to get the sense here that you're not super enthusiastic about this arrangement.
Well, I want to get everything flushed out because we almost walked into a situation and we didn't even know where to meet you afterwards. And
I understand that, but at the same time, we had this arrangement, and we've been sitting around here for a few minutes talking about stuff that doesn't really matter. I'm starting to get the idea that this is not really in your wheelhouse.
Well, I'm getting the idea that you are just going to accept sloppy work on our behalf that would get us in trouble. We're trying to do this privately.
Understood. But, as you said, I also want this thing to go off without a bit of any kind of a hitch, really.
Great, then
And
you can stop complaining.
I'm just saying, I would have expected a bit more professionalism and go-gettedness. And it's sort of like you're fumbling through something that should be relatively easy to determine.
Says the person who can't do their own job by themselves. Let us
Oh,
get
I
us
could do
through
the job by
conversation.
myself. It's just easier with a little bit of help. Look,
Can we just
if you
kill her?
don't...
fall ready, Uwe, Arthur, calm down. We'll meet you in the room after you've taken it. Probably 15 minutes or so after we've caused a suitable distraction. We'll meet you here. But in order to make sure that you're not going to run off, our friend Yandere here is a highly religious individual. We're going to need a bit of your hair to ensure that this is a legally binding situation in the divine sense.
Ellie is kind of looking around. It's like,
He doesn't look
You know-
very religious, I admit.
no, she's looking around going, I'm starting to second guess picking you folk. I'm starting to think I might be better off finding someone else or doing it myself.
Just the last
Do it
bit.
yourself.
Once you do it, once we get this little bit hammered out, we'll go downstairs, cause you distraction. And we're just going to have to wing that part because we don't have time. I'm more of a planner, but Caleb does all the plans and
Right. Would it be easier if I, say, give you guys an hour or two to come up with a plan before we execute?
it makes me feel better, yeah.
Right. Well then, I suppose I'll make my way back here in a couple hours, and hopefully you guys will have something ready to go.
Doesn't have to be a couple hours, probably like an hour.
Fine, an hour.
When we
It's just, given the rate at which we're making progress at the moment, I thought it would be best to err on the side of caution, so to speak.
I think we made great progress in the span of 20 minutes.
But also, haste
Right.
makes waste.
Be back here in an hour. We will see you then.
All right.
We'll see you downstairs. It'll all be set up by then.
Right. Then, see you in an hour.
I opened the door for her.
And then she makes her way out, walking down the hall room. You see her just kind of shake her head just a little bit.
Just looking at her down the hall. I'm like,
She gets all the way down to the T intersection and then makes a turn back off towards tap
I
room.
mean, we could put her in the ground. I mean, that is an option.
That is rude, and that's not what we agreed on.
She was the one being rude.
Yeah, she's a criminal.
How dare she pop in and try to just let us cause a ruckus, get ourselves in trouble, and then have the audacity to tell us that we're taking too long to come up with a plan. She is just simply mad that she is not good enough to fend up for herself.
When she says she can just do it on her own.
So go do it, lady. But
Anyways,
I do want to hear the information she has, so it would be in our best benefit to move forward.
Alright, so the distraction will be me conversating with Thundir, maybe have some backup with Kelmac to make sure that we could keep it a lively conversation.
I mean, I was just gonna talk to him about dealing weapon shipments, and maybe if we were wanting to set up a supply chain out of here over to maybe a cellar in the islands, if they don't have a huge presence there already.
Any other ideas, Vorid and Yandere? Calum? I mean, Arthur? Calum.
I can.
I look eye contact with Calum. I point at you like, could you have a familiar try to keep an eye on our Ellie friend right now?
yes, I can.
Okay.
I will summon them, and right now they are the owl.
Sonny! No, it's a bat.
No, bat. Sorry, I don't have an owl yet. Well, I do. We just never named it. So I will summon Sunny, the bat.
Okay.
Should
Could
I
you
wait?
make it invisible?
I do apologize, need to call.
Yes, I'm going to cast invisibility on Sunny. And then send Sunny on his way to try and find them and see where they are. And as long as they are within, so far, I'm trying to remember what it is, I think 100 feet,
Mhm.
I can still communicate telepathically, so I will know. Try to get the actual wording.
Yeah, you're just trying
Yep,
to
100
communicate. Huh? Yeah, are you trying to see through Sunny's eyes as well, or are
No,
you
I'm
gonna?
trying to have Sunny search and see if she can find Sunny. Find
Ellie?
Ellie, and to let me know where she is in accordance to where we are. If she is leaving or if she is staying around.
So you follow, and then after just a little bit of time, Sunny reaches out as the telepathic connection starts getting a little strained, and just lets you know that it looks like Ellie has left the inn and is walking down the road.
Okay. My final instruction is going to be to follow, and if it gets to the hour mark and Ellie is not coming back, to go ahead and come back and let me know.
Okay.
And also, while we're doing this, Caleb's going to take a short rest and get spell slots back. Because we did specifically say that we could wait. We were waiting an hour.
So the plan is me and Azal are going to go talk to Thundir and just delay out.
Yeah. Arthur and Yandere, y'all have anything you want to contribute? Distraction wise, make some noise. Anything you might be able to do downstairs?
I don't think there's an upstairs. I think it's just like an offshoot.
Yeah,
Every
it's
inn in
all
the world
story.
has 2 stories.
This one does not.
And that's one.
No, not particularly.
I can be a part of the conversation as if needed. Would it be helpful to have a third person there?
Yes. Are you
Okay,
going to play up the Arthur Sailor part?
absolutely.
All right. And Caleb, where will you be during all of this?
You,
It's a fine mute you got going on there.
I think I would be better suited to
you're
assist Ellie in getting in and out. I
She
think
said she'd do it all by herself.
Okay.
that's fine then. But given the fact that most of my interventions would probably be on the more nuclear side. Big and flashy and symbol pointing directly at us. So,
Right.
that's what we need. I can definitely do that, but I feel that that would be unadvantageous.
And I can stay with Master Caleb.
Okay. I'm going to go freshen up a little bit. Change into my good shirt. I want to be like a couple feet away from Thundir and smelling like a cart full of horses. So like a washroom down the closet, down the hallway or something, or...
I will help with prestidigitation.
No!
Too bad.
Sometimes
Already
you need
done.
water to do it. Well, I'm changing my clothes, so...
The Pendleton Clean-O-Matic has already made it this far into the Free Cities.
Last
The
time
washing
I
machine.
took it to there and it destroyed half my shirt.
So, Caleb. Sunny returns. And it seems that there is no sign of Ellie. And as the hour comes and goes, Ellie does not return to the inn.
Yeah. I probably would have wandered back into the room to sit down and have a drink or something and wait. Relax.
Specify that she'd come back in an hour or in a couple of hours.
In
So
an hour.
initially, she said a couple hours, and then I changed it to an hour. Well, did she agree to that, or did she?
Yes,
stick
did
to-
agree. Unequivocally, she should have been there.
She's dead now.
It's been an hour.
Was she gonna meet us here, or was she gonna meet us in the
Downstairs.
All right.
I think you said that she was gonna that we were gonna meet her downstairs.
Down the hall.
There is no downstairs.
There's
Sorry.
always a downstairs. It's an imaginary.
Down the hall.
It's an illusion of a downstairs.
Flip it from horizontal to vertical, then you have your downstairs.
It's all downstairs from here.
What is the world but a series of ups and downs?
Sides to sides.
Strafing?
Yes.
Flips and rolls.
Is anybody going to check if she's downstairs?
There's no.
Outside? I hate it here. This is so annoying. Everybody keeps saying downstairs. There's no downstairs. Is anybody going to go check and see if she's outside?
That's what I said I was doing.
You head outside. You see no one. As you're kind of taking a look around, Thundir kind of speaks to you out from your left. Just kind of seeing you spend some time outside. He's like, "Oi, Master, Caleb, is there something I can help you out with? Are you expecting a visitor, perhaps?"
I thought I heard something outside. Question: what's on the menu for today?
For the menu this evening, we have
Meat pie.
meat pie is one of the things that's on the list.
That's all that matters.
All that matters.
It's
Yes,
the
there is
best
also fried sausages, eggs, and potatoes, as well as lamb chops with vegetables.
Awesome, thank you very much. Yeah, I thought I had heard something outside the room, so I've decided to go and check it out. I didn't see anything, so
Well,
must be hearing
my
things.
apologies if the sound of the road is too loud for you.
Oh, it's fine. I was just checking to see if there's anything suspicious. But much appreciated. I'll be back for dinner later. Then I'm gonna go back
Right,
into the
see you
room.
then.
We live here.
We live here now. Forever and ever.
I tell it to my daughter.
We go
"Why are
back
you
into the
here?"
room.
I live here.
She has not returned, and she's not in the room or outside at all.
Well, maybe she's waiting for
Um,
us to cause a distraction. No, I'll just go downstairs then.
Um, I can send her a message.
Eric's just gonna start making one story ends.
Nothing but one stories.
You know, the sad truth is, this is not the first one story in you guys have been in.
No, we know. It's
And you
kinda-
guys
Oh.
made the same mistake last time.
We made the same
Yep.
mistake last campaign too.
Yep.
Yeah. Inns come in all shapes and sizes, guys.
All ends are two stories.
Yes, but in our heads, downstairs is food, upstairs is
Sleepy
sleeping
time.
quarters.
Because the
That's the
smell
way it
of
always
food
is.
rises up to where you sleep, and it makes you hungry. You spend more money.
But anyways, yes, if you want, I can just send a message. But if not, we can just head that direction and see if we see her.
Yeah, let's go downstairs and cause a distraction.
Let's do it.
I mean, you
Why?
could s-
If yeah, she's not here.
You don't know if she's not here. What if she's waiting for us?
Then she's a dumb bitch.
That's aggressive, but maybe true.
Well, you three were going to go talk. Why don't you go?
All right.
Let me give it a shot.
Go downstairs.
Give it
About
the
what time
old
is it, DM?
finishing school try.
Depending on how long you're waiting, it's like mid-afternoon. So think like 4 or 5 o'clock.
I wouldn't have waited too much longer after that. But yeah, let's head that direction. Did we get an actual location? I think we did, didn't we?
What?
Oh, right. Never mind. I'm dumb.
Talking about there's Tavern Inn and there's Thundir
And Ellie.
and out
It's the
wherever it
it's the
is.
three things we've learned in this session. I'll go find Thundir.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
touch.
do we see him probably milling about talking to people?
Well, no one's in the tap room at the moment, so he's just kind of sitting at the front desk. Looks as though he's just kind of flipping through a leaflet, perhaps reading a little novel. As you guys kind of come around and then kind of face towards him, he kind of sees you, puts a little bookmark in the book, sets it in. Oh, aye, is there something I can help you with?
Well, when we came into town, I'm gonna pause
Aye.
myself real quick. It's really hard for me to talk sometimes because I don't know what my brain wants to say until I say it, and then I end up stuttering. Uh, we've come into town.
It's like a fourth wall break, and he looks at the camera. It's like, let's see how I get out of
This is
this
really
mess.
They're really hard sometimes. We were
Mhm.
wondering if how we would go about maybe selling weapons that come out of here in a business manner. Uh, do they offer freelancing, or do we would be buy at maybe a below market production price, and we would be able to
I, I'm sorry.
resell
Are you talking about?
weapons.
I understand weapons. Are you looking to start a shop here in the city,
Not here.
or
Not here. Balathor.
okay? So you're looking to get weapons to wholesale and
Yes.
sell back. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Well,
Just look at Arthur. Just yes. Wholesale.
Yeah, yeah. Wholesale. That's exactly what we need. Can you remind me what wholesale means again? That's kind of a bigger
uh,
word. That's like two words in
Well,
one.
well, it is just one word. It
The
means to purchase a
wholesale.
lot of something at a smaller price to get a bulk discount, and then to sell it full price individually later.
Okay, so that's like when I was back working on a ship, which they didn't pay me some of the time, but you know. Anyways, so like Captain Silverleaf would be all like, "Oh, all these one-time people just getting a route here and a route there." He liked the people who would pay up front, like all at once, and then we would go here and over there. Is that like wholesale?
I suppose if you're planning to use a maritime analogy, that would be close.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. He was smart sometimes, but the rest of the time he was just drunk. Like really drunk. I bet you see that a lot here having a bar.
Oh, well, I sometimes some of my patrons get a little uh, deep in their cups, but it's usually not that big a deal because the only people who are permitted to eat here are people who are currently patrons of the establishment. So we don't get the raucous crowd quite like we used to. Most people go to the taverns for that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Sorry, I feel like we just went on a I just interrupted things. Sorry, Kelmac. So you're talking about guns and weapons. Keep talking about that. Or not?
Is it common for outside organizations to come and establish a shop in Quiosa? Is it really more of a long-standing tradition of families already existing?
I mean, you've been here a long time, Thunder.
More the
So
latter, especially when you're referring to things such as metalworking and weapons and armor and such. That's one of the dominant trades here in the city, and unfortunately, the Archon and the Quiosa family keep a pretty tight rein on the guilds that regulate that kind of behavior. So, aye, it's if you're talking about that kind of stuff, it's not so difficult to acquire them if you're willing to deal in bulk. But that's one you'd have to talk to one of the Goldmen for.
Oh,
okay, and
Goldman,
like
what's that?
Like a bank?
Right. The Goldmen it's actually a bit more of a colloquial thing. Their official title are the Archdukes of the city. Um, but Goldman is just kind of what we call them on account of their outfit and
I was just kind
what
of
they do.
shorthand.
Aye, but everyone uses it. So,
So
um,
where did they get the cloaks to put on the wheels? You said there were cloak wheels.
No, clo-
Like
what's
that's got to be a pretty big
colloquial?
cloak.
No, not cloak wheel. It's
Is it cloaca?
no clo.
oh, uh, yes, I think I understand. Colloquial, as in language or something that's only used locally.
Lingo,
Oh.
lingo.
Oh, okay,
Aye,
that makes
aye.
sense.
Sorry, I was a scribe before I came here, so
Yeah, I can't read. That's my fault.
aye. And he kind of looks over your outfit, but it would seem shipping has done well for you then. Everyone needs a trade, really.
So like speaking of trades, like how do we get like cool weapons? Do we have to talk to like what was it, the Quiosa family? Can we talk to them?
No, they don't really take visitors, really. You'd have to talk to one of the Goldmen
Oh.
Is
for that. They pretty much handle all of that shite. Believe Baron Mole, I think, is the one that handles the forges.
and add to the notes.
Well, where would we be able to find him? Does he have like
Um,
an office or something?
Like, is there
Hi,
like a
he has
secretary?
as you're kind of asking this question, Thundir is kind of glancing over and he seems to be kind of inspecting your outfit. And it's just, aye. He has an office over with the foundries. When he's not there, he's either up at the Kiosi's house, um, going over business, or is inside his villa, which is honestly not that far away from the palace. But if he's tending to the forges, that's what he'll be.
But I mean, it's not uncommon to have someone coming in and wanting to just deal in whole stock.
No, not if you have enough coin. Landoran doesn't much care who the weapons get sold to, as long as he gets top dollar for them.
And gets a little bit of the take in it.
Who's Lanrin?
He's he's kind of looking at your outfit a little more, kind of like inspecting a little more closely, and it's kind of glancing at you and goes, he's well, he's the lord and founder of the city. And you see him kind of inspecting down at your boots just a little bit more, starting to appraise your outfit very closely. It's like he's he helped found the city about 200 years ago, a little more than that. And basically, it's his city, more or less. And then he's kind of like looking over at Isolde and looking over at Kelmac. Eh, You know, uh, pardon the questioning, but for you come all this way and to hope to make a series of money, and if you're planning on investing real coin in such a venture, it seems like you really should have thought that through a little more and got to know the market.
Oh, well, I'm just
It's just
Where
asking
did you fellas say you were from again?
I'm just asking questions. I'm not the smart one here. That's Caleb. I just do what Caleb says. I've had so many bad jobs where people have taken advantage of me, haven't paid me. Arthur, do this. Arthur, do that. Arthur, you look like shit. Arthur, you can't read. So, I've been I've been screwed over a lot before, and that feels bad. That feels really bad. But Caleb's a smart one. I just listen to him.
Volred, would you mind making a performance or deception check, your choice, and let me know which you choose?
I'm gonna do performance.
Okay.
Is that your higher one?
Oh, really?
They're
Alright,
equal.
You feel
It's-
attacked.
It's
Yes.
12.
Do you have proficiency with that?
No.
All right. So add proficiency because you are proficient with a disguise kit. Yes. So, I mean,
A plus
you
3.
have a magic disguise, but
It's a magic disguise.
Disguise
The
kit.
best kind.
Okay.
okay. And I'm sorry. What was your total roll?
It was 12.
Plus your. Is that with your proficiency? No. So it'd be plus 3, 15?
Yes.
You see the proprietor is kind of eyeing you really close. He's judging your words. You can tell like it doesn't really look like he knows exactly what he's going to do, but you see like the wheels turning in his head as he's kind of appraising all of you. But he's definitely getting the eye on you, Volred. It's like, look, I don't want any trouble. You understand, right?
Yeah.
Now, is there some reason that you're hiding yourself while in my establishment?
Are you talking to me?
Indeed I am, sir. As I can see on occasion there's a bit of something not right with your outfit.
Because it's an illusion. It doesn't actually change the physical.
So, I'm gonna ask you to drop whatever glamour you've got going on, so that way you and I can speak, well, on equal terms. Otherwise, I think the guard's gonna have to investigate here.
Are there a lot of people? Well, you said there weren't a lot of people currently in the tap
In the
area.
tavern.
Incorrect. I mean, you guys are by the front door, but that is currently closed.
Hey,
So-
Arthur,
Yeah.
he's given enough time, people can tend to see through the whole trick. You might have to come clean on this one.
I mean, is there any other option?
Nope.
Not now that you're having this conversation in front of him.
The chat jig was already up.
The jig is up.
Well, if that's the case, I will ask you to lock the door. It would be best for us that no one else would come in at this time.
That kind of
he's-
sounds like a threat.
There's a certain anonymity we would like to maintain, Thunder, if we could.
Volred,
lock the front
roll
door.
me a persuasion check.
He's like a celebrity.
Would I be able to assist in any? Oh, never
I got a
mind.
19.
Okay, that's really good. So that's just because you're making a request of him.
Yes.
So he is kind of regarding you. It's like, All right. But he's kind of looking at everything. If you don't mind first, I'd feel a lot better about it if you disarmed yourself. Placed any weapons you had over on the table.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll just undo the strap.
I hate doing
He's all like,
this.
some
And that-
bitch.
This is the
And
worst.
as you guys kind of make your way over there and start disarming yourself, he kind of slowly, without making any sudden movements, kind of gets up, comes from around the desk, moves over to the front door, does a quick peek outside, and then you hear him just kind of pull the latch over. But he just kind of turns on the space and is standing next to the door. Like, this guy's getting ready to run out this door at a moment's notice if he has to. So, tell me, who is it I'm talking to?
So I take the hat off.
Okay. And were you mask or no mask?
No mask.
Okay. Let's see here.
No mask.
Okay.
I'm still taking
you
weapons
pull
out. Fuck.
you pull the hat off, and Thungir is kind of looking at you. Okay.
It's like, I have no idea.
Is there... Are you wanted for something?
Hmm.
Has it really been
No.
that long?
He's a dead man.
Technically.
Legally?
It did die.
By word of mouth.
Socially dead.
Yeah, I think that would be the best one to say socially dead.
Well,
I don't
If I-
really understand. Are you telling me that there's people in this town you'd rather have them not know you're back?
yes.
And are these troublemaker sorts?
Possibly.
Well, I don't like it, but that is your business. As long as you don't bring any trouble into my establishment. So I'll let you know this. The guard come knocking. I'll tell him everything, answer all the questions they ask of me. But
As a good citizen should do.
keep this out of my inn. I think I'll give you at least some leeway.
Get it.
There's flies in
Get
here.
it. Get it.
I think I got it. That was a big ass mosquito.
Mosquito.
Sorry to interrupt that.
That's in character.
Yeah, this just
Killed it.
happened right now.
Fuck. Mosquitoes are huge here.
There will be no problem. No problem at all. We just need a couple days' time. But let me ask you a question. What is currently going on in this city?
And he's kind of looking back out outside. All right, you can go ahead and take your weapons back. And he goes and unlatches the door and kind of gestures over to a table and goes, but if we're going to have some conversation, I'm going to have some ale.
Oh, man, it's gonna take me like 5 minutes to put all this shit where it's supposed to go.
It's not the end of the world, Ezal.
You carry one sword.
So after a couple minutes, he comes back with like a fistful of little tumblers and a pitcher and just kind of starts pouring out some cups. And then as he kind of takes one, how long's it been since you've been in the city?
Mentally doing calculus in my head. What is it roughly at this
Been like
point?
Like
Well,
2
addition and
hours.
subtraction.
I mean, you met up with these guys basically like 3 months ago. So,
Okay. And then I think I had said it was about 6 months before I met them.
It's almost a year.
yeah. So,
So about 9 months.
9, 10 months, something like that.
Yeah.
So he goes, "Hey, that's a bit of time. Were you here before or after the issue with the heir's disappearance?"
Say that again?
Were you here before or after all the deal with the heir's disappearance?
Right around then.
I see. Well, then, as you know, for some reason, unbeknownst, they've kept it all hush-hush. A couple of members of the Trade Prince's family, his eldest son and daughter, disappeared about 9, 10 months back, and no one's really heard anything about them in that time. Of course, the Quiosa family makes it all sound as if they are away on diplomatic this or that, and bunch of excuses from time to time, but we all know it's shite. Especially with regards to the eldest son. His birthdays and festivals were always such a thing that go on about the city, and a real pest and nuisance, really, with the extravagance and people always getting hurt. I mean, people talk bad about his old man Landrin, but honestly, the Lord's, well, at least he has a degree of professionalism and lordliness. But anyway, I can't speak much to that. Never really met the young lordling myself. Just know secondhand the problems that arise from the decisions he makes. But in either case, not long after they disappeared, we began to see a lot more of Master Landrin's younger son, Erwin, seeming to take over a bit more of the crown prince type responsibilities. But in that time, there's been a lot more turmoil, I suppose you could say. It's some, especially in the lower classes, say that it might well be time to put an end to that particular dynasty on account of, well, the place might look reasonably nice, but any person who's been around, especially south, and as you said, you come from Athoria, you can tell that there is definitely an undertone of discomfort here in Quiosa. But in either case, there's just been tension, as some are trying to figure out what exactly is about to happen. Prince Lanrin has slowly increased the number of guard in the city. There's even talks saying that he's keeping a group of mercenaries on the retainer in case any sort of uprising or civil war should occur. He even managed to void the contracts of the Adventurers Guild and the Wayfarers Guides to ensure that there were limited access to the city, so to speak. So, as the city becomes more and more isolated and our day-to-day lives more and more regulated, I'll be honest with you, it looks like Quiosa's about ready to It's about a powder keg ready to go, one way or the other. Question, I guess, there is how much collateral damage will there be?
Interesting. That is definitely. I have not been in town for any of this. Why would. Why do people think that the family members disappeared? That
Well,
has to be weird.
indeed it is. But as you may or may not know, I'm not entirely sure how long you spent in Quiosa before your departure, but um, the happenings of the eldest two, Selusa, though she's generally more loved than her brother, and the Crown Prince, I can't really remember his name, but especially the Crown Prince had a habit of a lifestyle that was, shall we say, bold. Spent a considerable portion of his father's money organizing tournaments, perhaps anything really to make himself feel better. Not to mention all the bribes and payments that were having to be made to the multitude of servants who were harmed in his various schemes. So all of that abruptly ended. I don't imagine a braggart like that would be able to stay under the radar for so long without us at least catching wind. There are plenty of people who believe that Crown Prince may even be dead, along with his sister. Perhaps a failed coup attempt or something of that nature, and those rumors have given only more weight to the idea that now would be the time to end Lanren's oppressive dynasty.
What sort of crazy things was he up to? You said causing harm, bribes being paid out. I never knew that.
Well, a bizarre theories. The young Crown Prince liked to conduct archery tournaments from time to time, bringing in all manner of beasts. He also handled a couple decades back. He even built this giant hedge maze, but I guess no one really just thought to put in a way out. So unfortunately, a number of group of people went missing in there. Also, there were some hunts that were organized, and some of the animals got loose and killed, savaged a number of the populace.
Shithead.
Oh, it's horrible. Oh my god. It's exactly what we thought happened.
any kind of like, oh, poor Volred, his family tried to kill him, is just kind of like falling off his like.
Oh no, I had this idea long ago. I was like, Lauren's a shithead.
Saul talked about this for an hour after last Jace with Jace.
Like,
So
Lauren was a
yeah,
shithead.
he got it completely right.
Aye. And among that, he even managed to insult a foreign dignitary, thinking that he was one of the servants, and managed to rudely berate him. Unfortunately, that caused Lanren a bit of disappointment, and had to shell out quite a bit of money in order to restore diplomatic negotiations. He also caught a ship on fire one time. That about 10,000 pounds of some of the Quiosa's best steel now lies at the bottom of the Menal. But shit like that, really.
Huh. So then, You're saying it's probably good that he went missing.
I, look, I don't like disparaging uh, people. On one hand, it's not really in the good spirits dominion to wish ill upon others. That's bad karma. But I tried to keep in mind who his father was. Um, so uh, I suppose I could give a certain amount of grace, but I think it's not so much the horrible decision making as it is the blatant disregard for the people that are hurt as a byproduct. But I can say in a certain retrospect, yes, the city's better off with him being gone. But in other respects, the loss of the crown heir, I don't know. That's put the Trey Prince in a certain state of mind that is not good for the citizens.
Well, that sounds like one terrible person.
I can't say. For all I know,
You
he's
should say.
well. On the off chance that he is no longer with us, I don't wish to disparage the dead. But still, it's someone else's problem now, I guess.
Yes.
Sure, somebody's problem out there.
Yes. But thank you for the background. That certainly explains the different demeanor of the city. I apologize if my disguise alarmed you. Again, I'm in a position where I'm trying to keep a lower profile, and I, I was trying to figure out how to ask about happenings in the city without coming across suspicious, because I could tell there was an air of,
Suspicion.
well,
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
since returning, I could tell that things had changed, and I wasn't quite sure what the reaction would be of someone trying to figure out what was going on.
I can understand, but still, it's considerably ill-advised to be walking around in a glamour. If the guard were to be the ones to discover that, well, let's just say the conversation would have gone very differently.
They're
For sure.
not the most understanding people.
Oh, they understand. The question is they don't have much empathy. So they're much more likely to give you a mailed fist across the face and drag you before the Archon.
With that, if the remaining of my party would like to continue discussion, I need a moment alone, so I will return to my room. And just kind of slugs off, goes back to the room, and just gets a great view wherever there's a seat of whatever the nearest wall is to just stare at.
Bye, Arthur.
Just a quick question. So when you guys met earlier, what room were you guys in?
We went to the farthest room.
I know, but who is sleeping in that room?
I think
We never discussed.
We hadn't
So
split up yet.
yeah, we never discussed.
I was going to be with Caleb. But I don't know which room Caleb.
I'm all
I don't give two shits
alone.
about. So, Volfred and Yandere? What room would y'all have picked? Caleb, what room would you have picked?
I probably would have picked the middle room.
You coward. Calmac?
I'll take the front room.
Closest room. Okay. So Yandere and Volred would have been in the farthest room away. The room we were all talking in then.
And who was with Caleb?
Me! Because he's a wizard.
Okay.
I have twice
Just that
as
way
many
I have
hit
that
points
information.
twice as many hit points as him.
So it averages out.
It's like 3 Caleb's in that room.
Yeah, 2K plus K equals 3K.
My TV's an 8K though.
No. So, Volred finds, goes back to the room for some quiet contemplation. Anything in particular, or are you just going to chill in there for a while?
I mean, are you asking like what he's contemplating?
I am curious to what degree you want to roleplay you alone in a room staring at a wall.
I mean, it's pretty much that with like internal screaming.
Okay. All right. So the rest of you, yes.
If Volred and Yandere were going to be in the same room and Yandere was watching after Caleb, what room is Yandere in now?
I would imagine it'd be wherever Caleb is until you guys get back. So if Caleb's in the room,
Is Caleb in Caleb's room?
That's what I wondered. Because if Caleb and Yandere
Oh,
are just hanging out in the farthest room, Volred would have just walked
That's
in
where
there
I
and
was
stared at
hanging
the
out.
wall.
you were hanging out in your room, Caleb, or are you hanging out in?
The
Your
Yandere-
room. The room that we all were talking in.
So Volred walks in, gets a chair, and stares at the wall in
And
front of
sees
both in front of both of you.
Hello, Mr. Red. Are you?
Where's the guy?
Is he just going to sit in the corner and stare?
Get in front of him. Well, get beside him. Everything all right?
No,
You want to talk about it?
I'm a monster.
We all have deep, dark secrets in life and things, and sometimes we qualify ourselves as monsters. But why would you say that, Mr. Red?
Between my banishment, my death, and the insane amount of alcohol and drug abuse, my mind has forgotten the screams. And I was
The
reminded
screams?
today. The
Okay.
screams.
Your screams or other people's screams, Mr. Red?
Others.
I
Did
scream.
you cause other people's screams, Mr. Red?
Yes.
What did you do?
I accidentally set a boat on fire, for starters. In fairness, I only wanted to destroy the boat in a fiery, fun time. I did not realize that they'd be putting the orphans on it.
Mr. Red?
Yes.
Do you mean
Normally I find a very happy, cheerful thing about all of this, but did you just say you set a boat of orphans on fire?
Technically, yes.
And then you were going to say something else? Like that wasn't the worst of things that happened?
Well, those exotic tigers were supposed to be dead when I shot them, but my aim was off that time, and they escaped and mauled approximately 40 people.
So you helped tigers escape and they killed 40 people, and you accidentally set a boat full of orphans on fire.
Let's not forget the 10,000 pounds prime steel that was on board as well.
So,
And Reggie just told me there was steel on board of that boat too? Like really expensive steel?
Oh, yeah, that cost a lot of money. Who puts that amount of steel on a boat of orphans, anyways?
And this all happened while you were here last time?
The part of my childhood?
We live a long time, Mr. Red, and it might be different for your domesticated elves, but when you say part of your lifetime, how long ago did this happen?
Not too long ago. Within the last 5 years.
5? That's like 2 minutes for us, Master Red. I'm gonna go put something in front of the door.
so some things are starting to click. Um, at least in terms of the recovery from your curse. Something that both Sybil and Eldon Voss both said was that a curse of this magnitude is only staved off by being an unselfish and giving person.
Andre walks back over while Caleb's having this conversation. It's like, Master Red, they wanted you to die because you killed a lot of people.
So it leads to believe that such a curse would only be as strong as it was because you were the opposite.
They shot you because you're a menace.
I understand that now. Thank you, Yandre.
But you could always turn another leaf. Like, you might need, like, a boat full of orphans, 40 people. You need, like, at least 300 leaves. But you could turn another leaf and make it work. Why didn't you tell me there were so many bodies? I mean, you said it was... Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know what to do. I came here looking for answers. But this is not the answers I expected.
Well, massacre is an answer.
It's not the answer we're looking for.
I'm not a good person. Yes, Yandre?
I think we might need to put a pin in talking to your family for a little bit, Master Red. Um, this is a fresh wound. And I'm not talking about the wounds on the orphans. I'm talking about. I think we need to give the city time to recover.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
We might have to come back.
Agreed.
So, where is Master Kelmec and Mrs. All?
They're speaking with the innkeep.
I think we might need to tell Mrs. All to get a refund on the second night.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. I'm gonna keep staring at this wall for a couple hours.
Yeah, no, I understand. If you're going to scream, just do it internally.
I've been great at that for years.
It's an old elvish trick. I know. We're good. I'm gonna leave the thing in front of the door, just in case somebody wants to try to get out. You can teleport, right? I look over at Caleb.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Yandre's going to phase step out the door and leave Caleb and Volred in the room with the stuff in front of the door, like it's gonna stop Volred, but it might hamper him for a little bit.
Okay.
So, Thundir, how long have you been in 150 years? That's long. What brought you
No,
down this
120,
far?
right?
It's all the same number. For the dwarves, 30 years isn't that much. It's just
Once
a
you get
number.
like past 100, do you just like stop counting?
No, 30 is just a number. What brought you down to just settle up here?
Well, well, an awful lot of dwarves were coming down here to help Trey Prince Landron with his mines. That's why you'll kind of notice a higher than normal dwarven population. But unfortunately, though, most of the dwarves who remain here are those that can't really go home. Lanneran paid shite, and well, some individuals like myself just didn't really feel like making the journey back home. So, managed to stay here long enough to save up a little bit of money, and once I got done filling out ledgers for the foundries, I spent the money to open up an inn. The money's honestly about the same, but it's a lot less toil.
Easier on the knees.
So- Aye.
Well, I'm glad that's all done, because that was stressing me out.
What was stressing you out? The whole illusion thing?
Yeah,
Well, he does that all the time.
I know.
You-
Always stressed about
He used to look real weird.
it. I know. I saw. He showed me.
Oh.
I saw it. I saw the jerky man.
Well, I understand. I can't imagine what type of people might be after him, especially in a city like this. There's all kinds of individuals.
Can I get some of that ale?
I've been drinking this whole time.
Well, I didn't want to be rude.
Yandere!
Is you okay? Good, yeah? No? That's
As
a lot to unpack.
as okay as someone can be. I'm assuming you know.
Oh. He's gonna have to work through some things, I'm guessing.
Yes, a lot of demons, a lot of darkness. Yes, he's screaming internally upstairs.
Athoria, did you ever make any, like, enemies? Like, did anyone have anything out against you?
Against me?
Huh.
Not to my knowledge. Not at least me directly. I was just cog in a machine, mostly. As others would mine, they would bring it by the census, the excise, and we'd judge once the quality of the ore was determined and how much of each. I'd write it in a ledger and make sure that got cleared out and sent over to Wood Mall. So
You're just kind of like a prospector captain. You're in charge of
I don't really even do any
documentation.
prospecting.
The
Aye,
documentation.
I
the
just
scribe.
help keep the ledgers.
Paperwork is very important.
There isn't anything like someone would like have against you then. I mean, everyone in this city looks like they got some type of secret.
Oh, well, I mean, most of the people here in the city, it's a hard go. So, especially if you've worked along some of the lower end, the lesser jobs, I'd say there's a bit of a socioeconomic divide. I would, let's see, really, about 80 or 90 years ago, from what I've been told, um, the trade prince, after dealing with some unrest, began to reinvest some of his earnings into infrastructure and other things to help out the general populace, improving the quality of streets, drinking water, that kind of thing. It was great. I mean, most of the people who live, you'd say, outside of the gutter, their lives improved quite dramatically. But if you work in the mines or you're on the lower end of the scale, unskilled labor perhaps, basically your living standard kind of falls off a bit of a cliff.
Kind of at a standstill. We had kind of a plan coming here to get some information, and
We'll probably make our decision once we got that.
we got some interesting information.
And we will see what is done with it.
Oh, if you're talking about new information for Master Arthur, he's like looking around like,
Yes, Arthur.
we will have to go and discuss that elsewhere on a long trip, far away.
We're leaving.
We should.
I pay for 3 nights though.
Is there any way that we can only be charged for 1 night? Since we...
Yo, if we're leaving, they can keep the money. Not gonna take
Well,
money
then why
out.
would you complain about it?
Because we paid for it, I'd rather enjoy it, but I am not gonna take money from them.
Okay. Well,
Nice tip.
we should leave.
I think you might have a bit more information than I do. So I'm going to trust you. Thundir, we will be leaving tomorrow or tonight?
Probably
I
tomorrow.
understand.
Shook your head.
Just let me know, and if you ever do find yourself back in the city, you know where to stay.
We'll be leaving first thing in the morning.
We won't cause any trouble next time.
What trouble have you caused?
The deceit.
Inconvenience. You know,
Oh.
you gotta schedule rooms. I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff you're accounting for. Horses and
Nah,
things.
it's fine.
All right. I hope you have a prosperous tonight. I'll go see how Arthur's doing. He looked like a bit shocked. Kelmac?
Cannot wait for dinner. I am already hungry. But I will go to my room and just wait.
Enjoy yourself down there.
Yes, enjoy yourself. Wait, are you cooking dinner?
Dinner will be in about an hour and a half.
Great. Can't wait for you to fire up the grill. I mean, I probably shouldn't eat. I need to burn some. Well, we're gonna. Yes, it's all. I'm going to go. Have fun.
And he's just kind of like picking up the cups and stuff and starts taking them back into the kitchen.
I'm bringing this one to the room with me.
Mrs. All, I wouldn't go in there just yet. Well, there's also a cabinet in front of the door, but don't. I would give him some time.
Okay, what the I had a few ideas, and I was shocked to be right. I'm rarely right.
Well, we could talk about that in your room. I think Mr. Calum is still in there with him.
All right. I jiggle the handle, and then I go back to our room. And I jiggle the handle and go in.
Did you jiggle the room that me and Red is in?
Yes.
They go.
It's like knocking and running, but I just jiggle it real quick and I run
Okay.
off.
Izal, you open up y'all's room, which is one that's immediately
middle.
adjacent. This room is noticeably bigger, almost about
yeah.
50% bigger.
We met in the wrong room, guys.
The beds appear a little bit nicer. More or less, it's got all the same stuff, except when this also has a wardrobe for clothing.
The 2 shirts Izal owns.
I have a couple of them. They just look the same. I have one nice set of clothes. I close. I look. Come on, get your ass in here.
What?
Come on.
Um,
What?
aren't I sleeping in my own room?
Okay, well, come in here first. We're not separating out yet. I close the door. I look at Yandere. I move an end table in front of the door.
Yes, because there's possibly a lot of ghosts that could be coming after us relatively soon.
More than like Reggie and his friends, or like different ghosts?
Like
He's talking about the
40 children?
What?
The orphans that were burned in the boat? Along with all the metal?
I heard about the metal boat ship that went down. That's like economically, that's horrible. They're orphans.
Yes. Mr. Red actually accidentally burnt a boat full of 40 orphans and a lot of expensive metal. Yeah,
Is Calum in the other room?
he is.
Cool. Point at the direction. I was fucking right. I knew it. You can reply to this message. I had a few theories. I didn't think it was that bad, though.
Well, yes, he killed a lot of people.
Damn, I thought my family's fucked up.
Well, it was on accident, so it's not like he can't redeem himself. But
Oh, I hope
um,
so.
yeah, it's just I figured it might take a little more time. I don't know if he said 5 years. And to elves, that's not a long time. It's really like leaving the room after you make somebody mad, and then turning around and asking them to give you a hug.
Only it's like for the orphans.
And a ship and some metal. And there was one other thing. Oh, he was trying to he said that the tigers were dead, but he shot something and hit like the lock and released the tigers and they mauled a whole bunch of people. So it's not just the 40 children, it's more 40 children and whatever the tigers mauled.
Huh.
Technically, I think he said the tigers mauled 40 people,
Oh.
and there was a boat that had orphans in it. I don't think he ever
Yeah.
actually stated how many orphans.
No,
there
it
were.
is canon. It is
downplaying the number
40
of
orphans.
I'm downplaying the
Canon.
number of orphans.
40
It was 40
orphans.
people that were mauled by the tigers and a boat full of orphans. He never explained how big the boat was, but it was carrying a lot of expensive metal, so I would assume it's a relatively large boat, which is
could
probably
fit a lot
got a
of
large
orphans.
capacity.
It'll be a lot of work for him to recover and get the type of forgiveness. Important thing is you gotta forgive yourself.
No, he's got a lot of people in line that that have to forgive him first before he can forgive himself. That was a lot of orphans.
Well, who's gonna? Never mind. Never mind.
Who's gonna seek forgiveness for the orphans?
Ooh, that was an inappropriate thing I nearly said. Coming from a family who's used to making horrible mistakes, eventually you can make up for it. Luckily, he's an elf and has a long life to do that kind of crap.
Were you gonna say
Zilla was almost showing.
Were you gonna say coming from a family that makes a lot of orphans?
We don't really leave a lot of orphans. I'll just leave it at that. History's a bit vague on that person and the family's decisions. But damn, that fucking sucks. We should leave.
We should leave. Yes, we should leave.
Did anyone see the Shelly, Billy,
Ellie?
Ellie? It had an E.
No.
In it. I'm something's going on the head right now.
I have not.
So we should leave tonight then.
I would say let's leave tonight. That's probably the best option, but if you want to stay for the night and then leave in the morning, we can. But as you said, you've already paid for 3 nights and you wanted to enjoy it at least once.
Let's have dinner and then leave tonight.
Okay.
Because I kind of want those meat pies.
Maybe that'll help him. The meat pies.
Do you think he'll be excited to eat
He
meat?
said he likes meat pies.
Voran, he was the only thing I've seen him cheer up about was that.
And hearing him talk like that person Arthur is very disconcerting.
It's a pretty good imitation, but not anything like the original.
You don't think the meat pie is going to remind Master Red of a boat full of burnt meat?
As long as you don't say it, I would really hope not. He's gonna be a permanent vegetarian if that's the case.
Okay, well, I we could try. Yes, we can just give him some time. How long till dinner?
About an hour or so.
Hour's good. Yeah, hour's good.
We're all out of ideas, Eric.
Nope, that's fine. Because we're actually going to call it there for tonight. Don't you laugh. It's horrible.
Oh,
It's horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself. All right, guys. So
Are we the bad
no,
BBEG?
we are not. The we thing.
but Volred is someone's BBEG.
The village.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for coming out here and spending time in chapter 61. Yeah, come back next week for chapter 62. Also, this
Maybe
Thursday, adjacent with Jace, someone will be there.
It should be Kelmac. I mean Aaron. If he's
Should be.
available.
So.
Oh my
If
Okay.
work doesn't pull me away at like the last second.
Yep.
again.
So go ahead and get your questions. So I think we're all just gonna
Man, we gotta wait a month.
wait
We gotta wait
until
a
the next
month?
time Volred comes on. But yeah, so thank you guys so much. So next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central. This Thursday, adjacent with Jace, 8 p.m. Central. Hopefully we'll see you guys there. And of course, as always, feel free to bring a friend. Dungeons and Dragons is always more fun the more people
You kill.
spend time with.
The more orphans
Good
you-
night, everyone.
Yeah, goodbye.
Have a homicidal week. Bye.